Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the Iran war. Just a little earlier today, U.S. military announced that 2 U.S. service members were killed in Jordan due to Iranian missile and drone attacks yesterday, and one is missing and others are injured. So we want to get you an update on that. Also, the last 7 nights, the U.S. has attacked Iran, and Iran has retaliated. And I'm certainly expecting to see that happen again. Kuwait reporting some significant Iranian attacks in the last day. So we'll talk about that as well. And we're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. So we're going to bring you coverage, bring you updates, take your comments, and let you know what's going on. This is the statement here from CENTCOM, which says, CENTCOM statement on recently fallen missing U.S. service members. On July 17th, which is Friday, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They have since been discharged. No word on their conditions or what happened to them. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have returned to duty. Out of respect for the family, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of the fallen warriors, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. You know, something else here that I thought I had was it was not a surprise that Jordan would be, the Iran would be launching attacks at Jordan. I mean, we've been covering the last 7 nights of U.S. attacks and Iranian retaliation. And I don't know if the Iran has attacked Jordan all 7 nights, but they had certainly launched missiles and or drones at Jordan for days before. I mean, the Jordanian army had been saying for days that they had been shooting down Iranian missiles. So the fact that Iran would fire missiles or drones at Jordan in and of itself should not have been surprising, and would certainly, you would think, have been expected. So I cannot speak to what exactly happened here, but I do want to make clear that it's not like Iran fired at some country that was just an utter shock that they would be firing at. I would have to go back and check. I mean, I would have to go back and check all the statements, but I believe Iran had been firing at Jordan for several days before. One way I can maybe check this is let me look at the Jordanian news here. I'm just checking. Yeah, so for example, on July 15th, Jordan armed forces said they had downed 8 Iranian missiles. I'll show it to you. That's July 15th. This was on July 17th. Here, look. July 15th, Jordanian armed forces downed 8 Iranian missiles targeting the kingdom's territories. So Iran had been attacking Jordan prior to whatever attack happened on July 17th. And then on July 14th, here, look, July 14th. Here's July 14th. Our air defense, Jordan, our air defense is intercept and shoot down 3 missiles coming from Iranian territories. That's July 14th. So for days before, Iran had been shooting missiles at Jordan. So it would not be a surprise that they would be attacking, launching it. And specifically, Iran said they had been shooting. Iran would say that these were targeting bases where Americans were. But I don't know the specifics about what happened that resulted in the death of these 2 troops and 1 missing. I'll go back again. Here's another one. July 13th. July 13th. Jordan Armed Forces, interception and downing of 4 missiles that entered Jordanian airspace. So I just showed you that Jordan shot down missiles coming from Iran on the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th. And I haven't even done a big search. So this is not something that would be surprising that Iran was firing missiles at Jordan, and I would assume drones as well. Yeah, Billy O'Brien says, I'm sure our military is aware. No, I'm lethal old fart says, what are you trying to imply? I'm not trying to imply anything at all. I don't. Why are you saying I'm trying to imply anything? I'm literally just saying that that I'm making the point that it wouldn't have been a surprise. So, but I don't know how things happen. But in case people were wondering, was this some sort of surprise attack that wouldn't be expected? The answer is no. But I can't say anything more than that about how this ended up happening. Okay, so we'll bring you updates on that if I see. I'll keep an eye on more. You know, yesterday there were reports. Yesterday there was a report from CBS News that soldiers had been injured this week. Did they say in Jordan in that report yesterday? The CBS News report. Yes, the CBS News report yesterday had said troops had been injured this week in Jordan, and it wasn't. There weren't a lot of specifics there, but I don't know if the CBS News report yesterday was about these troops. It could have been. I mean, but. Maybe there might have been other troops there may have been other troops. I mean, the implication here is that all the troops talked about here were killed or missing or injured on the 17th. But that's when I read this, it doesn't mention another date. But were some of the injured on another date this week, or are there other soldiers who were injured this week? I don't know. We don't know. I hope not, but we don't know. Condolences to the families, of course, of the soldiers who died, and thoughts with the family of the one who's missing. I hope they find that person, and thoughts with all those who were injured. All right, so we're going to be keeping you updated on that story, and also, I am certainly expecting more U.S. attacks tonight. We'll see, and more Iranian retaliation. Oh, sorry. Nero Darkhood mentioned something. Thanks for reminding me. I had seen something about that, Nero. Give me a moment here. Nero, I'm trying to find that exact report. I've seen some claims that came out before CENTCOM put out its announcement about numbers of people injured, but I haven't actually seen the original article. Okay, so yeah, PBS has an article where it says U.S. officials acknowledge 13 additional service members, 10 Army soldiers, and 3 Navy sailors have been injured since Monday, but offered no details. Let me see where else that's being reported. I saw something else about that today, and then the CENTCOM announcement came out. Again, so there's in the PBS article, which talks about, oh no, it's the AP article. That's an AP article. I'm sorry. PBS posted it's from AP. Now, is it still in the AP article? I'm looking at the latest AP article about the troops. Hold on. Here's the AP article. U.S. military says 2 troops are dead and 1 is missing after Iran attacks a base in Jordan. But in this article, it doesn't talk about the number of injuries, which was in an earlier AP article. So I'm a little confused about that. I don't know if they've taken it out. I mean, there was that number floating around in an AP article earlier. It said that it claimed that U.S. officials acknowledged 13 additional service members, 10 Army soldiers, and 3 Navy sailors had been injured since Monday, but offered no details. But that's not in the current article, and that's not an official statement. So I don't know if that's something that got deleted after the announcement came out from CENTCOM. But I looked at that. I saw that in an AP article, and then again, the latest AP article does not mention that number. So I don't know what to say about that. But it's not there right now. Hey, guys, I just want to remind you in our chat, someone just said explosion here, and they didn't post a source. If you're going to post, and we've had this happens frequently where people they see something on the internet. It's sometimes it's certainly an unreliable source, and they just throw it in the chat and they don't say where they're getting it, and then it confuses a lot of the viewers and misleads a lot of the viewers. If you're going to post stuff like that, you need to say where you got it, or you're going to get timed out. Because otherwise, we just get all of this garbage in the chat that's misleading to people. So you got to post your sources. Thanks, Jenny Grove. Jenny Groves, I am not familiar with that source. I will. My sources at this point, the ones I follow, are not posting about any kind of explosions. I will certainly let you know if I see it. Thank you, by the way, Mrs. Jenny Groves. I appreciate it. And Jesus UCSB, who says, no greater sacrifice than a man or a woman willing to give their lives for their country and their brothers and sisters. God bless the soldiers. Also, thanks, PVC Suite, for shouting out our moderators and your support. Skybird, thanks for being a member for almost 2 years, and TWF Melny for almost 5 years. Thanks for being members. Thanks, Melting Ice Forever and Stephen Briones for your support. Thanks, Dozer, who says their military has been completely destroyed, yet they are killing our troops? Question mark. Thank you, I am Charlie, who says for our fallen heroes and their families, and Tarat223. Also, Wildcat Mahone and Jenny Allen, our member, and our member WNY Trombone. I want to thank our moderators for being here too. Oh, and thanks to Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. And thanks to all of our moderators over on Twitch. We have moderating right now Bot King Sentient, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Sarah. On YouTube, Bite Mode, Ruth, Roberts May Queen, Haley Girl. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Also, thank you to Jonas Johansson from Sweden. Thank you, Jonas Johansson, very much, and thank you for your note, watching from Sweden. Also, Sparky the Human, who says the war seems to be picking up tempo. It certainly seems to be escalating the last couple days. Thanks, Sparky the Human. Also, Blazing Game, our member. Oh, I wanted to thank our Facebook moderators too. Darren Charlo, Andrea Holder, Kay Lowry Body. Thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for the stars and for being a subscriber. Thanks, Dolly Clark, for being a subscriber. Thanks again to all of our moderators. Kay, Darren, and Andrea over there on Facebook. I do want to discuss the news coming out of Kuwait since we were last on the air. But before I do that, let me just check some updates here. Here is something from Fars State Media, Iran. Here's what they say. A few minutes ago, a report emerged claiming that American fighter jets had attacked areas near the cities of Sirik and Jask. This report is false, and as of now, no explosions or attacks by American fighter jets have been reported. That's from Mayor, Iranian state media Mayor. Yeah, so one of our viewers mentioned a report by Shin. That was from 25 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago, Shin, who I follow, said that he had heard that there were 4 explosions in Bandar Abbas. That was 25 minutes ago. I haven't seen that reported anywhere else yet. I mean, it may have happened, but nothing I have seen elsewhere. Mr. Brown Cow says this needs to stop now. All right, let's here is something about Bandar Abbas right now from Tasnim State Media. Here is something from Tasnim State Media about Bandar Abbas. Unconfirmed reports of an explosion in Bandar Abbas. Report from a Tasnim news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas. Reports of an explosion in Bandar Abbas have been circulating for some time, but officials from the Hormozgan province governorate have confirmed the sounds, but stated there are no reports of a missile strike or an attack by U.S. fighter jets. Furthermore, some news sources have told a Tasnim reporter that the sounds are likely related to warnings issued by the Iranian Navy to ships violating regulations in the Strait of Hormuz. According to this report, Bandar Abbas has been repeatedly targeted by U.S. fighter jets in recent days, resulting in damage to the city's infrastructure. So this report claims that the explosions are... It sounds like Iranian military may be firing warning shots at ships trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, I want to show you something. What is this? I want to show you something posted by an Iranian minister. Sayed Abbas Salehi, who is the Iranian Minister of Culture and Islamic Guidance. Iranian Minister Sayed Abbas Salehi posted this and said, this image today is from Bandar Abbas to Rudan, where a bridge yesterday was struck. I guess it would be early Saturday morning this bridge was struck, reportedly by the U.S. This image today is from Bandar Abbas to Rudan. The American aggressors have destroyed the bridge on the route, but the people of Iran cannot be grounded by missiles and bombings. They bridge their wills and hearts, build paths, and pass through. Now, what it looks like is that, my guess is that the bridge goes over a river that's sometimes dry. I might be wrong about that, but you can have a situation where you have like a riverbed that's dry some days and then wet other days. So it's possible that if whatever I mean, I would think if it was just permanently dry, they would just put land under the bridge. But if that, it's at least for now in that site, vehicles are able to go around the bridge. However, obviously, if it is a riverbed, then that will not work when they have rain. I can't verify the photo, but that is an Iranian minister. I saw another photo from Iran of a different photo which showed I think it might have been a different bridge, but something similar going on. I mean, it would make sense. It would make sense that cars would try to find another way around if the bridge was out of commission. Daddy says, no way that bridge is down from a missile strike. That's what our viewer, Daddy Pronator, says, no way that bridge is down for a missile strike. Well, I'll leave it to you guys to decide what you think about that. The Orbo says, the U.S. Southwest has a ton of arroyos like the one, much like in the photo. An arroyo, I just looked this up on Wikipedia, it's a dry water course that temporarily or seasonally fills and flows after sufficient rain. Hey, by the way, thank you to Joe Gray for the memberships. Thanks, Joe Gray. I appreciate that. Joe gave 10 memberships. Please thank Joe if you got a membership from Joe Gray. And any other person if you got a membership or a gift sub from them. Thanks also to Lisa Brown. Lisa, the chat is for discussing the news. Thanks for being a member. If you have a question for the moderators, they will give you an email address or a link where you can write to them and ask them. Thank you, Lisa Brown, for being a member. Thank you, Sabra, for your support. Thank you, Paul Grogan, 8032, for your support. Thank you, Michael Avery, for being a member. Michael said he was hearing thumping from the microphone. Is that still going on? Are other people hearing thumping from the microphone? Is anybody hearing thumping right now? I might have been tapping the table at the time or something, but we'll see what people say in the chat. I might have been tapping the table and not realizing I was doing it or something. Thank you to I Am Charlie for your support. Who says, we pray for our heroes in the military and their families, but freedom isn't free. Thank you, Kerry Poteet. Thank you, and Brandon Recovery 36, and Sis Robin Ray. Thank you. All right, now give me a moment here. So to repeat what we heard a short while ago from Iranian state media, oh, here's another, yeah, so here's this again, to show you what Iran state media said a short while ago. Here. Tasneem News says that that the reports of an explosion of Bandar Abbas have been circulating for some time, but the sounds, but officials from the province have confirmed the sounds, but said there are no reports of a missile strike or an attack by U.S. fighter jets. Some news sources have told a Tasneem reporter that the sounds are likely related to warnings issued by the Iranian Navy to ships violating regulations in the Strait of Hormuz, meaning firing, it sounds like firing warning shots at ships trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz without Iran's permission. That's what it sounds like. That's what they're saying. All right, give me a second here. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Let's get some updates here. So will we have an announcement soon from CENTCOM that there's more strikes going on? Oh, Pete Hegseth posted, guys. Hold on a second here. I didn't see this before. So Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War Hegseth posted about he reposted the announcement from CENTCOM about the soldiers who'd been killed in Jordan and injured. He said, "Godspeed, heroes. Their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve." I hadn't seen that. That happened after we came on the air. Just to say that announcement again, in case you missed it, CENTCOM announced on July 17th, that's Friday, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have returned to duty. Out of respect for the families, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of the fallen warriors, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. Oh, I didn't. Richard Hendrick mentioned something. I want to see. I hadn't seen that, Richard. Let me look up and see if I can find something about that. Richard, I haven't seen that report. I looked at CBS News and didn't see it. Feel free to send it to me on X if you'd like, at Lookner on X, or agendafreetv@gmail.com. Give me 1 second here. All right, let's see. It is currently 3:26. 3:26 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have any announcement yet from from CENTCOM that they have started strikes for an eighth straight night. Iranian state media has denied a couple claims of strikes in Iran, of explosions. Iran state media did say that that there were sounds of explosions in Bandar Abbas, but said those seemed to be Iran firing warning shots at ships that might be trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Let's talk about Kuwait for a second while we're keeping an eye on the current situation. Oh. Thanks, Nero. I got your message, by the way. Yeah, Nero said that at some point Fox was saying there were 13 injured. There were these reports, a couple reports floating around earlier today of 13 troops injured. Again, I don't know where, I haven't watched the video you sent me. And Fox, AP was reporting it earlier, but then AP stopped reporting that when the official announcement came out from CENTCOM. So I'm looking at the Fox News site right now. I'm not seeing it obviously anywhere. So it looks to me kind of like that report of 13 injured was floating around before the CENTCOM announcement about the 2 dead and 1 missing and some injured. And I'm not really seeing the 13 injured prominently featured anymore. So that might have been something that these news outlets thought, well, we have confirmed info now, so we're not going to really talk about that 13 injured report that was not an official statement. Anyway, so I'm not seeing that actively. I'm at the Fox News site right now and scrolling down and not see them actively. At least for the moment, I'm not seeing them push that news. So I'm going to go with the CENTCOM as the latest number. If I see new numbers newly coming out reported, I'll certainly let you guys know. But thank you, Nero, for sending that along. Now, Kuwait, I want to talk about some things that happened there. Look at this. This is an announcement from the Kuwait Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy. This came out, I want to say about 12 hours ago. Hours ago. It was after our previous stream, but it didn't just come out right this second. I had posted this hours ago on my social media on at Lookner. But you can see the Kuwait Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy says power and water desalination plant attacked. So Kuwait operates 8 major power and desalination plants. I believe it's that the desalination plant is integrated with a power plant. We can maybe talk about that later. Those desalination, where salt water is taken in and then the salt is taken out of the water, that provides 90% of Kuwait's drinking water. According to Al Monitor, there are 8 major desalination plants in Kuwait. Now, yesterday, Kuwait reported that a power and water desalination plant was attacked by Iran. Well, today, they reported a second one was attacked. The Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy announces that today, Saturday, July 18th, in light of the heinous Iranian aggression against the state of Kuwait, another power and water desalination plant was subjected to hostile attack, resulting in a fire at one of the plant's components. This necessitated precautionary operational measures, including the disconnection of several power generating units to ensure the safety of the plant and its employees, and to guarantee the stability of the electrical grid. So that's two. Now, I'm assuming today, I don't have, this is not guaranteed, but I'm assuming that the two were two of the 8 major desalination and power plants. They said that the ministry's emergency teams, in coordination with the General Fire Force and relevant authorities, are currently dealing with the fire. The ministry confirms that all operational and emergency plans were activated immediately after the incident to ensure the continuity and stability of the electrical and water systems and to minimize any potential impact on service with continuous technical and operational monitoring. And look what they said here. Look at this. The ministry also urges citizens and residents to cooperate during this exceptional period by rationalizing, I think that may be a bad translation. This is a Google Translate of the original post. I think this is talking about rationing. By rationing electricity consumption, not using too much, especially during peak hours from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., which will contribute to reducing the load on the electrical grid and support the efforts of the technical teams in completing repair work and restoring operational readiness as quickly as possible. So this is clearly not a little deal when you're urging Kuwait citizens and residents to not use as much electricity so they can fix this thing. So that's 2 desalination and power plants. It's a combined plant in 8 days. There are 8 major desalination plants there in Kuwait. And we're hearing about 2 attacked in 2 days. And I believe, I'm a little unclear on the power situation. I believe these are major power plants too. And you can see, literally they told people to use less electricity if they could, so that they could get this fixed. So it does seem like, I don't know if Iran is specifically targeting Kuwait, but in the last couple of days, we have heard about a bunch of Iranian attacks significant in Kuwait. Yesterday, Kuwait said that several locations of their military had been attacked by Iran, and that a number of Kuwaiti troops had been injured. And that's not all about Kuwait. This also came out about Kuwait. Look at this. From the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. A number of injuries and significant material losses. Hang on. Let me just show you this. So this is another announcement from Kuwait. Another announcement from Kuwait. Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, earlier today. A number of injuries and significant material losses after one of the vital sites in the oil sector was subjected this morning, Saturday, to repeated brutal Iranian attacks. The injured were provided with first aid, the site was evacuated, and the response to the attack is being handled in coordination with the relevant state authorities. And I don't know that I'll have to see if I can find more specifics about that, but that's a vital oil site in Kuwait where there was significant material losses and a number of injuries, and the site was evacuated due to repeated brutal Iranian attacks. The oil market is closed for the weekend. I would assume this might have some sort of impact on that. And Bloomberg said in their report about this, they said that Kuwait suffered one of its worst nights of Iranian retaliatory attacks since the Middle East conflict began. They mentioned that for the second, as we said, two power and desalination plants hit in 2 days, and also this oil facility strike. Bloomberg says smoke could be seen rising in the vicinity of 2 oil refineries. That's what Bloomberg said. Smoke could be seen rising in the vicinity of 2 of the oil refineries in Kuwait in Al Ahmadi governorate. So were oil refineries hit? Also, flights in Kuwait were suspended today. I don't know what the current situation is with that, but let me show you something about that. Kuwait Airways, this was earlier today. Kuwait Airways announces to its valued customers the rescheduling of most of its flights due to the temporary suspension of takeoff and landing operations at Kuwait International Airport as a result of hostile missile and drone attacks following the Iranian aggression on Saturday, 18th July 2026. So there have been some significant attacks the last couple days in Kuwait. Oh, let me mention more about this. Okay, there's an update from Bloomberg about what the 2 power plants. So they said Bloomberg says the attack today on the power and desalination plant was on the Al Subaya facility, one of the biggest in the country. The Subaya power plant. They said that yesterday's hit was on the Zower South Power and Desalination Station, damaging a transformer. Bloomberg also reports that residents in Kuwait reported explosions that shook houses and rattled windows, predominantly due to interceptions. So again, I don't see this getting that much coverage, but it seems important to me that. Oh, let me see if I can get the list of the 8. Yeah, so according to. Where is the OWL monitor list here? Give me a moment here. I asked Gemini for the list of the 8 power plants, desalination plants, and it gave me a list. I can't confirm that list at the moment, though, but the 2 plants that were mentioned by Bloomberg as the 2 plants hit in the last 2 days were on there. So it looks to me like, given everything I'm seeing, that 2 of the 8 major desalination/power plants in the country have been attacked by Iran in the last 2 days in Kuwait, plus army sites, plus a vital oil facility or facilities, and that sustained significant material damage, according to Kuwait. That's just in the last. Oh, I didn't even show you this. Yeah, one of the vital sites in the oil sector was hit. And then there's also this. I didn't even show you this one. Speaking of Kuwait, look at this from Kuwait. This is earlier today. General Firefighting Force. Now, this might be related to the oil sites attack. We are dealing with 2 fires that broke out at 2 different sites after they were recently targeted by the criminal Iranian aggression. The first incident resulted in a number of injuries among firefighters and 1 worker while combating the fire, and the site was evacuated and they were transferred to provide the necessary medical assistance. So things are very serious in Kuwait, guys. Give me a moment here. One moment. So something to keep an eye on is what is going on with Kuwait. Babelicious says Kuwait is very small. I should show a map of Kuwait for people. Give me a second. I'll pull it up here. There is Kuwait right there. Just to give you a sense, roughly, that's about 80 miles there from there to there. Oh, and where was the district that Bloomberg said the oil facility was in? Bloomberg said smoke could be seen rising in the vicinity of 2 oil refineries in Al Amadi Governorate. Al Amadi, Kuwait. That's down here. I don't know where those oil refineries are. Somewhere in the shaded area, Al Amadi. You can see there's a bunch of tanks here, and I don't know if that's where there's a petrol, maybe somewhere down here with all these tanks. I don't know if that's where the oil refineries might have been, possible refinery attacks by Iran. It's just across the Gulf from Iran. You know, Iran is not even just across. I mean, if you just do this, I mean, there's Kuwait. It's actually quite. I don't. You know, it's not just across the Gulf. Iran's right here. This is, you have this part of the coast is Iraq, but it's, you know, it's not very long. It's about 12 miles. So I don't know where Iran is firing their missiles and drones from, but it's not that they're very close in western Iran to Kuwait. There's Iran, there's Kuwait. Land says Iraq gets a tiny beach. JK thinks Trump is going to destroy Iran tonight. I'm waiting to see if President Trump issues some sort of statement about after the news that the 2 troops killed and 1 missing in Jordan and others injured due to Iranian attacks yesterday. I have not, when I last checked, seen a statement from President Trump. Big Glock says he better issue a statement. Guys, I just had to time out somebody out. Because people post a claim, make a breaking news claim in the chat. They don't say where they got it. And if I don't time people out and don't make people say their sources, the chat will just be taken over by people posting stuff that they hear on the internet that's horribly sourced. And it's just nonsense, most of it. So you got to say where you're getting this stuff from, or you're going to get timed out. Hey, a quick thanks to Louis R. Louis R says it seems like there are really big developments in the region. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I was saying it yesterday. I think some people have tuned out from the war because it's gone on for like, almost 5 months. The last couple days, I think, are extremely important. There's been very escalatory. The stuff going on in Kuwait with vital oil facilities and apparently 2 of their 8 major desalination plants hit by Iran. This is big news. And the U.S. hitting a number of bridges and apparently a tunnel over the last 2 days in Iran. And I mean, if you're watching this, you're probably been keeping up. But I just, generally speaking, I'm surprised it's not bigger news generally, and I've said that before. I think people might be sleeping on the story of it, as strange as that sounds. I think a lot of people have tuned out. But this is getting very escalated. Thank you, Louis R. I very much appreciate all your support. That's very generous of you, Louis R. It's very kind of you, and really big supporter of the channel, great supporter of the channel, Louis R. Thank you so much, Louis. I appreciate that very much. Also, thank you to Ricky4240 for your support, E1991M, who points out that Trump hasn't posted on Truth Social for 17 hours. Now, I don't know this. E1991M claims that flight radar showed huge tanker activity earlier, and then almost all military transponders turned off. I think we're getting the big one tonight, says E1991M. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not an expert with that flight radar stuff. I can't really do analysis of myself. I follow a bunch of people who are much more tuned in with the flight radar as to what's normally there and what normally happens and when something is very abnormal. I have not seen those accounts I follow say that they've seen something big on flight radar that they're commenting on today, but who knows? I'm certainly, I do understand some people think that the U.S. might try to do some kind of increased attack because of these Jordan troop deaths and injuries. That I don't know. So we'll have to see. Thank you so much, E1991M. But yeah, as E199M points out, the last posts from Truth Social for Trump are 17 hours ago. Now, it is a weekend. He is in New York. He's there for the World Cup final tomorrow. But yes, 17 hours since the last posts on his account. Zebulu says, Pickaxe Mountain tonight? Fiona CD, thank you so much. Sema12 from Denmark, thank you. Bears Junkie 33 Hoff for being a member. Thank you, Tom Handel. I very much appreciate Tom Handel, and thanks for your comment. Also, Ricky4240 and BKO Ben, who gave some people memberships. Please thank Ben or others if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, BKO Ben. Also, Sweet Pyro of Cairo, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks so much, New Yorker783, for your support. Bad Karma for subscribing. And Kendra Fox for your support as well. Thanks to Scanrock very much as well. Thank you, Scanrock. All right, give me a moment here. No announcement yet from CENTCOM about new strikes today. We have had 7 straight nights of strikes on Iran from the U.S., by the U.S., sorry. And normally it gets announced around now. Yesterday it got announced, I think, right at like 3:57. The last few days they said that the strikes have started around at 2 or 3 p.m. No alert yet. Oh, worldwide caution alert, guys. There's this. Now, this is the same basic. I showed you this post was 8 minutes ago from State Department, but they posted, I think, the same message yesterday on this account. Well, I don't know. Yesterday they said, yesterday it was for the Middle East. Oh, yesterday it was a Middle East alert. Today it's a worldwide caution alert. Look at this. Yesterday they gave alert for the Middle East. This is the State Department with a worldwide caution. Due to heightened tensions in the Middle East, the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation, which is similar language to the one yesterday, but now this says worldwide caution. We remind Americans in the region of the continued need for caution and to encourage them to monitor the news for breaking developments. The Department of State also advises Americans worldwide, and especially in the Middle East, to exercise increased caution. Americans abroad should follow the guidance and security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Flight cancellations and periodic airspace closures may cause travel disruptions. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. They're saying in the past, I believe, groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and or Americans throughout the world. Please read carefully our travel advisory, country information, and any recent security alerts when planning travel. So this is a new alert, a worldwide caution alert from the State Department. Just came out about 9 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. I saw somebody had mentioned this in the chat. Thank you. Amy Celeste says, Worldwide caution alert. All right. Shin claims that there is jet activity over Yazdi province. That's what Shin says. No confirmed reports of explosions in Iran in the last several hours. Waiting to see if the U.S. is going to attack Iran for the 8th straight night. We haven't heard from Trump in 17 hours in terms of, he spoke last night. Well, that was longer than 17 hours ago at this reception in New York. But we haven't heard from Trump for a while. And I will say this, that, where is it here? So he didn't. So the only thing I have about President Trump today from the White House press pool is, so the press pool was told not to show up. Sometimes that they're around him in the morning on the weekend, but today, he was at the press pool was told at 11 o'clock that the noon pool call time was moved to 2 o'clock. Let me just show you this. I'm going to show you the press pool report so you can see it for yourself. Okay? It's kind of interesting. So the press pool is, there's a pool reporter. It's a different reporter usually each day who's assigned to be around the president and report news. So, because they can't have, people from every newspaper around the president. So they have a pool reporter who releases their updates for everyone to see. And what the pool reporter posted earlier was, hold on a second here. I left. Why can't I move this? Oh, I see. Move to. Did that work? I hope that worked. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? All right, I see it here. Here, I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. This is the pool update from earlier today from the White House press pool reporter. I think it's SV Date, if I'm pronouncing it right. So what you see here is it says the White House press office at 11 a.m. pushed the noon pool call time to 2 p.m. The president is at his Bedminster, New Jersey golf course, marking his 11th visit there since return to office. So he was at his golf course earlier today, right? That's what it says. And the pool wasn't with him there. And they had been told originally to show up at 11, but then, no, to show up at noon. Then that got pushed to 2. And then after that, the pool call time got pushed to 4. See this right here? Look. At 1:25, the White House press office pushed the call time to 4. And then they just said, that's it for the day. The last update was that a travel photo lid. So President Trump not appearing on, not expected to appear on camera. At 2:39 p.m., the White House press office announced a travel photo lid for the remainder of this Saturday. So usually what happens is there's some group of reporters that's kind of following him around, and if he goes to the golf course, they'll wait outside, and then they'll report like, oh, you know, he went in at this time, he left at this time, he was meeting with these, we saw these people walk in to meet with him, or if he's meeting at the White House, they'll be at the White House and they'll say, hey, we think he's meeting with this person. They didn't even call in the press pool today. They kept pushing the time, and then they just said, that's it, that's a lid. So I don't know what to read into that, but there's nothing, there's no kind of public appearance he made, and they didn't even have the press pool come in. So I don't know that, you know, someone might say, well, maybe something's up. Maybe he's intensely working on something. I don't know. That I can't tell you. And he hasn't posted on True Social for 18 hours. Miss Link says, because you know what the press would ask about? I don't know. Louis R. says there is supposed to be quite severe weather in New York, so it could be that. The weather in Bedminster, New Jersey it's there's a tornado watch, I guess, for there. That's if I'm reading this right. Although I don't know that is he back at, I don't even know if he's in Bedminster still, or he was at Trump Tower yesterday. So I don't know if he's just staying at Bedminster. That I'm not sure. Here, look. Bedminster, New Jersey. Severe thunderstorms and flash flooding risks today. That's according to um, National Weather Service. Multiple hazards in effect. Flood watch, tornado watch. It says the tornado watch says this afternoon. I'm just looking at the NWS site. If you want to get more about the Bedminster, New Jersey weather, you can go to National Weather Service, Bedminster, look up Bedminster, New Jersey, and you can read about all the specifics. I'm not going to get into all the specifics here. Thanks, Louis R., for mentioning that. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, he was at the his Bedminster golf resort today, but he might have not played. He might have met with people. I can't tell you. I do not know. Our viewer Zane Isaiah says they are going after Pickaxe Mountain. Look, there's been discussion, there's been reporting the last few days from like Axios and the Wall Street Journal that President Trump was considering an escalation in the U.S. military attacks on Iran. Could we start seeing it this weekend? Especially with these 2 U.S. troops killed and 1 missing and others injured in these Iranian attacks on Friday, drone and missile attacks in Jordan. And it's also interesting, it's now 4:08 p.m. We still don't have a comment from CENTCOM that they have started the nightly strikes. Last 7 nights, there have been strikes in Iran. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned a Wall Street Journal article about something. I don't think that's the one. Ah, this is interesting. I don't know if this was the viewer was talking about. The Faytux Network account also found this in the Wall Street Journal article too. The Wall Street Journal article today about the 2 U.S. troops killed in Jordan. The Wall Street Journal article says Iran has adapted to U.S. defenses, firing missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak towards the Earth. According to U.S. officials, again, Iran has adapted to U.S. defenses, firing missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak towards the Earth. According to U.S. officials, Iran's ability to hit sensitive targets has also raised concerns that the regime is getting targeting help from China or Russia, the officials said. That's an interesting quote from the Wall Street Journal. I'm going to read that to you again in a second. Hang on a second here. All right, let me just mention this again. That's very interesting. In the Wall Street Journal article today about the U.S. troops who were killed and injured and missing in Jordan, right? This is what the Wall Street Journal said. Why is that underlined? Oh, I see. They say Iran has adapted to U.S. defenses, firing missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak towards the Earth, said U.S. officials. They also said Iran's ability to hit sensitive targets also has raised concerns the regime is getting targeting help from China or Russia. Hothako says no way. Oh, the journal also reports that the attack on the Jordanian base was an attack on the Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which U.S. planes have used for operations against Iran. Now, the journal points out this base has been repeatedly attacked by Iran with missiles and drones. Oh, the Wall Street Journal says the base where the soldiers were killed and injured in this attack yesterday was hit in another attack earlier this week, and U.S. service members sustained minor injuries. The base in Jordan where U.S. soldiers were killed and injured in the Iranian attack Friday was hit in another attack earlier this week, and U.S. service members sustained minor injuries in that attack, according to two U.S. officials. By the way, that is a base, that Salti, the base, the Muwafaq Salti Air Base. Iran regularly, in the last week at least, we read you their press releases, and they say that's a base that they've attacked. All right, give me a second here. So the base in Jordan. I'm just getting this posted. And the announcement did say it was on the 17th, am I correct? The CENTCOM announcement said it was the 17th, yes. All right. So again, one more time. The Wall Street Journal says that the base that was hit in Jordan is the Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which U.S. warplanes have used for operations against Iran. That's the base that was hit in the attack on Friday, which killed 2 U.S. soldiers, and 1 is missing and others were injured. The Wall Street Journal says that that base was hit in another attack earlier this week, and U.S. service members sustained minor injuries in that attack. Eric Chambers, our viewer, says this is definitely, in my opinion, a red line. President Trump has not posted on Truth Social for 18 hours. Guys, what is happening? And no announcement yet of new strikes yet on Iran by the U.S. tonight. One of the viewers said there's video of the Jordan attack. I have seen videos floating around that claimed in the last day that claimed to be Iranian missiles hitting a base in Jordan. I cannot verify those videos myself. I don't own the rights to them, but also I can't verify that that's from this attack. I just don't know. Our viewer, one of our viewers thinks we won't hear from Trump until Monday. Daz Logan thinks Trump's probably in the war room. He's in New York. He's in New York for the World Cup final tomorrow. Something else to keep an eye on, which I didn't even see before. The National Hurricane Center says there is now a medium chance of a tropical depression forming over the Gulf of America. This system is expected to produce rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches with locally higher totals near 6 inches along portions of the Florida Gulf Coast, southern Alabama, and southwestern Georgia. Interests in those locations should monitor the progress of this system as dangerous to potentially life-threatening flash flooding as possible. So something to keep an eye on. They say it could become a tropical depression over the next couple of days as it moves slowly northward or northwestward. Yes, they call it the Gulf of America. That is what the Trump administration calls it. It is also called by the Gulf of Mexico, which is what most of the world calls it still. I saw some. Hold on a second here. Couple things to mention here. Couple things to mention. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. This is a report from Tasnim state media in Iran. They say Karg Island is secure, evacuation reports denied. Governor of Bushehr province, where Karg Island is. Life is proceeding normally on Karg Island, the governor says, and no order for evacuation has been issued. Earlier today, a Tasnim reporter in a field report from Karg Island reported that daily life was continuing as usual on the island. Residents of Karg Island, in conversations with a Tasnim reporter, strongly and firmly spoke of defending this land and water and stated that the brave defenders of Iran and the leadership are present on Karg Island and will not allow the enemy to violate this island. I guess there might have been some rumor in Iran that Karg Island was being evacuated. I never heard of such a report. But you can see it says evacuation reports denied. Again, those are not reports I had heard of, but there may have been reports floating around in Iran. Frosty says Karg Island is only safe for now. It may change fast with one order. It will be flattened. Karg Island is where most of the Iranian oil that is exported is loaded. Oh, I did want to show you something that came out last night, which was very interesting, I thought. A statement from Iran. I posted it, but we were off the air at the time. Let me pull this up on the screen for you. So this was an announcement made by, was this the Revolutionary Guard last night or the Army? Yes, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran. Look at this. They made this announcement basically threatening other countries in the region who cooperate with the U.S. Countries hosting U.S. aggressor forces should be prepared to receive a corresponding response. They also said that yesterday, they didn't put this into place yesterday. They focused on military targets yesterday, but they're going to put this into practice, they said. They say the treacherous U.S. regime, once again, it was this morning, this was put out on Saturday their time. The treacherous U.S. regime, once again, amidst negotiations and the illusion of Iran's weakening, officially resumed a war that it had never truly ended, starting at the beginning of last week. However, after a few days of conflict with the Iranian armed forces receiving crushing responses to its aggressions and confirming that the Iranian armed forces have become significantly stronger since the first day of the conflict, instead of accepting an honorable defeat and admitting its repeated miscalculations, the U.S. has, since yesterday, adopted a new approach by fleeing the battlefield and resorting to a war crime in an attempt to conceal its military defeat. The U.S. has tried to maintain its position the last couple days through destructive attacks they claim on hospitals, bridges, railways, airports, ports, communication centers, and other such targets, and by killing civilians, attempting to fight crime and injustice rather than engaging in a fair fight. There's something probably wrong with that translation at the end there. But I mean, the U.S., what they're talking about is the U.S. has the last couple of days seemed to focus on infrastructure like bridges a lot more than they were. Since there is no international body to prevent these atrocities committed by the U.S. military, we have no choice, the Revolutionary Guard says, but to follow the Quranic command, but if they attack you, then attack them in the same way that they attacked you. Therefore, it is imperative that the countries hosting U.S. aggressor forces, which have provided their territory for attacks on Iran, be prepared to receive a corresponding response, and that they activate their civil defense units to protect the lives of their citizens and keep them away from potential targets. Nevertheless, Iran said earlier today, in order to give the enemy, the American regime, an opportunity to change its unfair approach, last night we temporarily chose military targets for responding to the enemy. So the implication there is that going forward, Iran is going to start attacking non-military targets in these neighboring countries. It sounds like they've already done that some in Kuwait, at least, with reports of desalination and power plants attacked and oil facilities attacked. One or more oil facilities attacked. Anyways, so that I wanted to show you that's the Revolutionary Guard earlier today saying that since the U.S. has started attacking what Iran calls these non-military targets in Iran, like bridges in recent couple days, Iran is going to start attacking non-military targets in countries that they say host the U.S. forces. Which I thought was an interesting announcement. We'll have to see what happens. But this past week, Iran has basically, I mean, for most of the week, had been, when they would respond to the U.S., they would basically focus on military targets. Bases where they said the U.S. were in Kuwait or Bahrain and Jordan. But they're threatening now to launch attacks on civilian targets or non-military targets in these neighboring countries. They also put out, we read this yesterday on the air, there was some announcement, I think, from the Revolutionary Guard. It was definitely from the Revolutionary Guard or the Army, but I think it was from the Revolutionary Guard, which said that they were going to start going after businesses that had American shareholders, I believe, in the region. So that's something to keep an eye on if we continue to see these U.S. strikes on Iran, specifically strikes on infrastructure like bridges. Hang on a moment here. Brad Buckingham says blah, 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 put up or shut up. Well, they already have attacked some desalination plants and a vital oil facility in Kuwait in the past couple days. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators again. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. Ruth and Haley Girl are moderating. Thank you so much. On YouTube. And also on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Bot King Sentient, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, McBritches. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Darren Charlo, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson over there on Facebook. Andrea Holder, thanks so much. Thanks also again, Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. And I also want to thank, hang on, I gotta do something real quick here. Thank you so much to Badger Tail for being a member. Badger Tail thinks Iran has cried wolf one too many times. Too many times. Thank you, Memnon, for your support from Europe. Memnon, thank you. Nick Rose. Nick Rose thinks World War III is coming. I hope not. Thank you, Nick Rose, for your support. Appreciate it, Nick. Thanks, Jim J252 for being a member. Thank you. Thanks, Warheads on Foreheads, who says turn Iran into the Gulf of Hormuz. Thank you also, Mckinder101, for being a member. Thanks, Halo Effect, for your support. I really appreciate it. Halo Effect 44, thank you so much. The Nugget Doctrine as well, who says in the Netherlands it totally doesn't come on the news. You mean the war stuff lately? Thank you, the Nugget Doctrine. Thanks, Scan Rock, for your support. Interesting. No statement from Trump now for 18 hours on Truth Social. We have not heard a comment from Trump yet after the news announced hours ago that 2 U.S. troops were killed and one is missing after Iranian missile and drone strikes in Jordan, at a base in Jordan, on Friday. And multiple other U.S. soldiers were injured. 4 were taken to hospitals and have now been released. Here, as you can see it right here, CENTCOM. For those who haven't seen it, on July 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They have since been discharged. Other personnel were evacuated for minor injuries. Were evaluated, not evacuated. Other personnel were evaluated for minor injuries, and they have been returned to duty. Out of respect for the families, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of the fallen soldiers, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. Blue Dino, our viewer, thinks it's likely a major escalation is coming. So nothing from Trump yet. And also no word from CENTCOM that they've started attacks again. For the last 7 nights, CENTCOM, U.S. has conducted attacks in Iran. The last several days, those attacks have started, I believe, around 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern. It is now 4:35 p.m. We have no word of anything, any kind of new attacks yet in Iran, and nothing from CENTCOM. So, is there some sort of escalation that's coming? Lunis thinks it must be a quiet operation. Oh, the New York Times is saying that, well, they say they posted this video that supposedly shows this attack yesterday. Oh, did Vahid post it? They said when the video was taken was not clear. They have the video posted from Vahid online. Yeah, I don't know that I haven't seen, I'm not aware of a verified video yet of there's a bunch of videos that claim to show missiles hitting a base in Jordan in the last day. I don't have the rights to those videos, but also I'm not aware that any of them has been conclusively verified as being from the right location at the right time. Christy Claff says, hasn't it already escalated enough? By the way, here is something that the supreme leader of Iran, who has not been seen in public since taking over from his father when his father was killed at the start of the war as supreme leader, he posted some posts on social media today. Here is one of the posts from Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader. Right here. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. The repeated breaches of the agreement by the Great Satan, the U.S., regarding the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the presidents of Iran and the U.S. have once again laid bare a fundamental truth. The signature of the U.S. president is utterly worthless and devoid of credibility. Now, that doesn't bode, if he really thinks that, that doesn't bode well for some kind of New Deal, right? If the supreme leader really thinks that President Trump's signature is utterly worthless and devoid of credibility, now maybe he changed his mind at some point, I don't know, but Noel Gilland thinks the next statement from Trump will not be a good one. Very interesting that we have no statement from Trump yet. Nolan Furkel thinks it's quiet before the storm. Axios today, by the way, said that on Saturday, I think Axios, in their article about the U.S. said that the troops were killed on the 17th. So Axios said in their article on Saturday, but I think they might be meant to I think they mean to be saying on Friday because it's the article about the two troops being killed. They say on Saturday, at least 2 Iranian ballistic missiles hit the Muwafaq Salti air base in Jordan, which hosts U.S. troops and fighter jets. They say at least 2 missiles. They say video circulating on social media showed the impact of the 2 missiles and heavy smoke in the area right after. Again, I'm aware of these videos floating around that appear to show missiles hitting this base. Well, they claim to show missiles hitting this base. They very well might be legitimate. I just can't verify those videos myself. Our viewer, Chicago Punisher, says silence is the element of surprise on Trump's next move in Iran. As we've talked about, a number of reports have said Trump was thinking of an escalation. And I just wonder if he was already close to deciding to escalating, could the troops getting killed in Iran be the tipping point for him? That I don't know, but I'm just wondering about that. A lot of interesting things going on, though, with no comment from Trump for 18 hours, and also no new start of attacks in Iran. It's now 12:14 a.m. there. The last 7 nights we've seen attacks. Nothing so far tonight by the U.S. I haven't seen any new attacks reported in Iran. I've been checking their media as well. Anti-Dot thinks it's escalating. Simon for president says things aren't looking too good for Iran. These days of war says Trump is brooding not good. Something else I will call your attention to. Not that this will happen. If somehow it was announced, if it ever got announced that he wasn't going to the World Cup game tomorrow anymore, that would certainly be a signal of, I think, but I've heard no such announcement. So he is planning on going. But you never know. I'll let you know if I hear anything about that. Rivka Spronk says maybe later tonight. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm just checking a bunch of things right now to see if I can get you any updates. This is the, I mean, I don't know. This is the first time in days that it's been this late in the day, and we do not have word that the U.S. has started their strikes again. Um, so yesterday we got a message from CENTCOM at 3:52 p.m. saying they had started strikes at 3. And then the day before that, we got a message from CENTCOM at 2:48 p.m. saying they started strikes at 2. And then the day before that, we got a message at 3:13 p.m. saying they started strikes at 3. And then the day before that, we got a message at 3:28 p.m. saying they started strikes at 3. On July 13th, they started their strikes at 4:45 p.m. So that was like 4 days ago. Excessive thinks it's getting out of hand. The New York Times says the deaths of the U.S. troops could prompt fierce retaliation. Hang on. The New York Times also says that Iran has become more the flurry of attacks on Jordan, four Iranian attacks on 5 days in Jordan. Oh, update from the New York Times. I had not seen this. The New York Times says that there have been 4 attacks in 5 days on U.S. forces in Jordan that have wounded dozens of U.S. service members and damaged a number of helicopters. They say that the attacks and the losses they have caused, according to U.S. officials, are a sign that Iranian forces not only have ample missile stocks still, but have become more adept at evading U.S. air defense systems. So, the New York Times is saying that there have been multiple attacks with dozens of U.S. service members and hurt and a number of helicopters damaged in Jordan in the last 5 days. So again, they say the Iranian attack in Jordan that killed the 2 U.S. soldiers and left one missing was the fourth in 5 days on U.S. forces in Jordan. Taken together, the attacks have wounded dozens of U.S. service members and damaged a number of helicopters. Give me a second here. I'm just getting this posted. They say the Iranian attack that killed 2 U.S. soldiers was the fourth in 5 days on U.S. forces in Jordan. And dozens of U.S. service members have been wounded in those attacks, and a number of helicopters have been damaged. Wow. That's according to the New York Times. Grim Mod thinks Iran is using new tech. Our viewer Southeast MN Mark says, I think the cards are dealt. Time for delivery is soon. Mo says maybe they received something from China or Russia. It is almost 5 p.m. No word of new attacks yet from the U.S. on Iran. No statement from President Trump on Truth Social for 18, and I don't believe any public statement that I'm aware of, for over 18 hours now. Let me say this too. So, the CENTCOM statement about the soldiers dying came out about 3 hours ago. Obviously, that's going to be information that President Trump is going to have earlier. So, I mean, I don't know when President Trump would have found out about this. He might have found out, I would guess he might have found out about it, overnight. And yeah, technically this happened on the 17th, according to CENTCOM. The 17th is technically Friday. And remember, it's like 7-8 hours ahead in Jordan. So he would have known about the incident for a while. So who knows what's being planned? Jordan is a 7-hour time difference. Ross Skirt says it will anger Trump. Iran is dead. Thank you. I am Charlie. I appreciate it. I am Charlie. Thank you. Thanks also to D. Lathers. Thank you so much, D. Lathers. Hold on a moment here. D. Lathers says, we won't respond publicly and 2 Americans died. Yeah, call the law. He about to do them. So D. Lathers seems to think there's a big strike coming from the U.S. Thanks, Noel Gilliland, for your support. Thanks again, D. Lathers. I appreciate your support. Also, Pete D. are for the gift memberships. Thank you, Pete D. Hey, thank you also so much to Mo, who I think is in Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Mo90X, for your support. That's very kind of you, Mo. And thanks for shouting out our mods, the mods' efforts to keep the chat civil. Thank you so much, Mo. Also, Pete D. again for the memberships. Hastings Crew, thank you. Hastings Crew thinks the only option left is ground troops and regime change. Famous Facts Online, thank you, who says if Trump hasn't posted on Truth Social for 18 hours, it's over for Iran. Either take on Pickaxe Mountain or ground troops on Karg Island. That's what Famous Facts Online thinks. Thanks, Sasiad, who I think is in Poland, who says, nothing coming except France versus England, which is today, I believe. Has it already started? I don't know. I'm doing this. 5 p.m. is the France-England game. About a minute, I guess, it starts. The consolation game. Thanks, Samurai Projects, our member. Where is this from? Hang on. I'm just checking to see if I can find you some other updates here. So it is now 5:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Still nothing from President Trump today. No new U.S. attacks so far in Iran today. What is going on? What is happening? Let me see if I have something else here. What is going on? Our viewer, Ava Diva, says, I think we will see Trump's response real soon. Yes, as one of our viewers said, it is now 12:34 a.m. in Iran. Thanks, Lori Durstein, for the memberships. Thank you. Kojak is back, thank you. He says, without regime change, this is a failure by the U.S. Thanks, Hungersmith, who says, Iran is fixing to get thumped. Thanks, Christine Perkins, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Christine Perkins. We have seen over the last several hours, there's been some denials in Iranian media of claims that there were new strikes. I just saw another denial. Yeah, a couple denials right here. I don't even know where these reports are coming from because I'm not hearing the initial reports. But you can see this is from IRNA. They say the governor of Sistan and Baluchistan province says reports of an explosion in the county are false. Ehsan Raisi, the governor of Zabul in southern Sistan and Baluchistan, announced that the reports circulating, I guess in Iran, about an explosion in the county are false and no incident has occurred at Zabul. Also, the deputy governor of Sistan and Baluchistan province, you can see on the top there, and special governor of Iran-Shar told an IRNA reporter that reports of a missile hitting the Sarmi bridge on the road from Iran-Shar to Chabahar are false. It sounds like there might be some rumors floating around within Iran, because I'm not hearing these elsewhere. I will say this, Tasneem says, following reports in separatist media outlets, they say, claiming that some bridges in Sistan and Baluchistan were targeted, investigations revealed these reports are false and security is maintained throughout the region. According to reports from government and security officials in Sistan and Baluchistan, there have been no reports today of any attacks by U.S. fighter jets on the province, nor any explosions, and these types of reports are completely false. So, it is, I guess you could say, maybe eerily quiet right now. Jar Jar Jeff says the clock is ticking. Jim WV says it might happen tonight. Thank you, Michael Hutchinson. Michael thinks Trump in the military has something major in the works, and we could see it between now and tomorrow night. I have no idea. I certainly think it's possible. There have been reports in recent days that Trump was thinking about an escalation anyway. As I said, could this incident with the troops being killed in Jordan be the tipping point? Thanks, Warheads on Foreheads. Thanks, D. Lathers, for being a member. D. Blake says Iran used their best shot and now it's the U.S. turn. Now, I will say this. If you get some kind of U.S. escalation against Iran, I think you can expect some Iranian escalation of its own. Remember, in the last 2 days in Kuwait, apparently two of their 8 major desalination and power plants have been attacked by Iran. And a vital oil facility in Kuwait, according to Kuwait, was also attacked by Iran in the past day. And military sites in Kuwait were attacked by Iran, injuring Kuwaiti soldiers. That's all according to Kuwait. J Money says Iran is just patiently waiting to strike Israel? Cynthia Pickles thinks the Pentagon is busy tonight. It's very interesting. Still nothing from President Trump. It is 5:10 p.m. right now, and the CENTCOM statement about the deaths of the U.S. soldiers came out at 1:21 p.m. I think a little before that, actually. So about 4 hours ago. And as I mentioned, CENTCOM says the soldiers were killed on the 17th. Although they could have been the 17th U.S. time and not Jordan time. Although, strictly speaking, if they're saying they were killed on the 17th, it should be the time in Jordan. Anyways, President Trump has not been heard from on his social media or I think anywhere else in public for over 18 hours. Nth Power says the silence is deafening. One of our viewers, I think it was Var Ali, said something is cooking. Var 12 says something is cooking, I would assume. Hey, thanks so much to Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Michael. Give me a moment here. Thank you, Michael. Oops, now I'm hearing two of me. Meganarianism thinks the world sees us as the ultimate bully and doesn't want to play with us anymore? Let me take some more comments from you guys. Maybe we could do a poll. Maybe we can do a poll. Why don't we do that? Hold on a second here. The poll is going to be, will there be a major escalation by the U.S. tonight? Yes or no? That is the poll. Will there be a major escalation by the U.S. tonight? I'm just posting the poll. Give me a moment here so I can finish posting it. Then I'll show you what you guys said. Okay, now let me get the poll results up on the screen. First of all, let's look at you guys thinking about the poll. There we go. There you are. All right, now here is the poll results. I said, will there be a major escalation by the U.S. tonight? And over on YouTube, the current result on YouTube is, I'll put it on the screen for you. Nope, that's not it. 75% on YouTube say yes, 25% say no. Currently on Facebook, it is 67% yes, 33% no. Freshwater Dives thinks if not tonight, it'll be 100% tomorrow. And then also, we have Twitch. Twitch is closer to Facebook on this. They say 65% yes, 35% no. By the way, thanks New Yorker 783 on Twitch for your support. Brandon Harbin said Iran is going to be in for a very, very bad night. I mean, it would be quite strange if there were no even if the Jordan news hadn't come out. It would be strange if there were no attacks on by the U.S. tonight, because they've attacked the last 7 nights, and I don't see any kind of progress being made. Things seem to be escalating. So I would be surprised even if there weren't the Jordan incident, if the U.S. didn't attack. And I do wonder, is the reason that it hasn't started so far that something is being planned that's different than the last 7 nights by the U.S.? Shrenko says maybe they are negotiating behind curtains. Remember, the oil market is closed until tomorrow at 6 Eastern. Stocks closed till Monday. All right, so again, we got 74% on YouTube say yes, 67% on Twitch say yes, that there will be a major escalation tonight. Thanks for voting in our poll. Also, on Facebook ended up being 72% yes. Our viewer Reese says markets opening on Monday, it's tonight or nothing. You think that if they're going to do it, Trump would want to do it before the day before the markets open? I mean, if it's a big escalation, then you'd have to think there's a decent chance that the ramifications of that would carry over to future days. Jay Pelzinski says, unless there's one full day off for a major escalation, allowing for more planning. Nothing in Iranian media now about any kind of new strikes. It is now 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Paragen says eerie silence. Nothing from President Trump on True Social for now 19 hours. I don't believe he has made a public comment in 19 hours. Yeah, people keep posting in the chat and sending me this claim that Trump said to open up the gates of hell on Iran. No source that I follow that I would consider reliable has reported that at all. And people keep sending me this stuff, claiming this online, floating around the web from these accounts, that they themselves would not. I don't know how they would have access to this information, and I'm not familiar with any source they quote. So people keep mentioning this and sending it to me. That to me seems like just not at all reliably sourced. I have seen a grand total of 0 sources I would consider reliable reporting that. So I would be very careful. That's feeling to me like something somebody said on social media and everybody keeps repeating. Now, if I find out some other source says it, I'll let you know. But I've seen nothing in everything I follow. And I would certainly think if there was a decent sourcing on that you'd see a lot of reporting on that. I mean, that's something that other outlets would want to report on. So I'm dubious of that right now. Give me a quick second here. Hey, I want to say a big thanks to Tormented Tantalus, who gave 50 people memberships in our YouTube chat. That's from Tormented Tantalus. Wow. Thank you so much, Tormented Tantalus, who's been giving a lot of memberships recently. And that's really kind of you, really generous of you. Please thank Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus, or someone else. Thank them if you got a membership or a gift subscription for them. Thank you. Also, thank you to Steven Ransberger for your support, Matt Penning for being a member, John Goff. John says his nephew is on the base that got hit. Thank him for his service, John. I hope he stays safe. Thank you, John Goff. Thanks, Cyber Beast Pilot. Thanks, Roy1822. Thanks, D. Lathers. Roy says, God bless our troops. Prayers for the fallen and their families. Thanks, Cyber Beast Pilot. Thanks, D. Lathers, who said, why would people play with humans' lives? Thank you, Michael Hutchinson. I will check for that report, Michael Hutchinson. Thank you, Bass 30. Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Bass 303. 3003. What happened to the chatter about Congress having to give approval for all this past 60, 90 days of operation? The Trump administration's view is that the operation stopped and then started again, which means it has more time. Although I don't know. I don't want to get into this whole legal discussion about the Congress approval. There's a law that says that Congress needs to approve U.S. military action after a certain number of days. Although that law has been questioned by numerous recent presidential administrations. And it's never, I don't believe it's been tested in court. I believe an administration could try to say, well, we're not following it, and it could go to the Supreme Court to see whether it's constitutional. But that's a whole other issue. But the Trump administration did send a letter, was it? Like a week ago or so, where they said that, yeah. Again, I don't want to get into this whole legal thing. You can see here, Trump sends Congress formal notice that Iran conflict has resumed. Reuters said this was a few days ago. Donald Trump has sent Congress formal notification that hostilities against Iran resumed on July 7th, a letter his administration sees as opening a new 60-day window to use the military in the region without congressional approval. Although, honestly, even if it went past 60 days this time, I don't know that the Trump administration would suddenly say, oh, we have to get congressional approval now. They might just say something like, well, we think the law is unconstitutional or something. So I don't know. I don't really want to go down this road and going into all the weeds of the legal stuff. You can see here it says the War Powers Act requires the president to inform Congress within 48 hours of initiating hostilities, and says military action begun without Congress's approval must be terminated within 60 days. With Iran, the first 60-day deadline was May 1st, but the president said it did not apply because he had declared the hostilities had been terminated by the ceasefire, even as attacks continued and U.S. forces blockaded Iranian ports. It's a very interesting issue. There's more to be said about it. I'm not going to get into it right now, but that's a little bit of an update on that. Thank you, Bass3003. Thanks also The Truth, My Truth, who thinks the wait is so Israel can join after Shabbat ends. That's what The Truth, My Truth is. You think Israel's going to join the attack? I mean, that would be an enormous deal and a huge escalation. Although I'll say this, Shabbat is over, isn't it? Shabbat ends Saturday night, and it's already Saturday night. It's already Sunday morning in the Middle East, right? Am I wrong about this? Do I have my days right? Yes. Shabbat is from Friday night to Saturday night. But it's already Sunday morning in the Middle East, in Iran and Israel. But I will say it's an interesting question about if it's really going to be a huge attack, would Israel join? It's an interesting question. Thanks, The Truth, My Truth, for your support and for raising that. Thanks also Bad X Badger, who says, we have not had a congressionally declared war since World War II. Yes, PBS had a headline in March, Congress hasn't officially declared war since World War II. Like many predecessors, CBS said in an article, PBS said in an article in March, they said, like many predecessors, Trump claims broad, even unlimited power over U.S. forces. Thanks, X Bad Badger. I appreciate that. Also, Frozen Ghost for the memberships. Thanks so much for gifting memberships, Frozen Ghost. Thank you. Also, a Reverend B, thanks for being a member. A Daywood Pud, thanks for being a member. And thanks also to Litecoin Fam. Thank you so much, Litecoin Fam. Who mentions Gaza and says Iran is a nice distraction. I don't source UNICEF regional director. It sounds like Litecoin Fam is saying something that like they think that Iran is a distraction from what's going on in Gaza. I'm sorry, Litecoin Fam, if I'm misinterpreting your comment. That's the best I can interpret it as at the moment. Hey, thanks also to Nicole Botchbui. Nicole Botchbui for supporting the channel. Give me a moment here. Nothing from President Trump now in over 19 hours. Over 19 hours. Now, I will say this. President Trump is President Trump is supposed to appear at supposed to go to the World Cup final tomorrow. I would think that they wouldn't want to do some kind of attack during the World Cup final. Jay the Fisherman says, so quiet out there tonight, the mind boggles. Newsmax has a new quote from Trump, one of our viewers said. I'm not seeing it on their site. I'm at the Newsmax website right now. Maybe they said something on one of their broadcasts. Yeah, oh, hold on a second. One of our viewers mentioned something. So AZ Intel says there's a report from News Nation that Trump has a quote. All right, I got to look up News Nation and see. News Nation has something in their article now. Thanks. AZ Intel had posted this. News Nation said President Trump spoke to News Nation about the deaths of service members, saying in part it's a very sad thing. We hate to see it happen. It's in service to our country, he continued, also reiterating that Iran cannot and should not have a nuclear weapon. It almost sounds like someone from News, sometimes reporters call Trump. It almost sounds like one of the News Nation reporters called Trump and got a quote from him. I mean, that doesn't sound like a big prepared statement. I wonder what the original sourcing is on that. Let's see. Oh, Hannah Brandt from News Nation posted it. Hannah Brandt from News Nation. Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this. Okay, so Hannah Brandt from News Nation got some quotes from President Trump, which she just posted about. She said that President Trump, hold on a second here. Okay, Hannah Brandt from News Nation says that Trump said that it's very sad, it's a very sad thing about the soldiers being killed. We hate to see it happen. It's in service to our country. He also said we're never allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It was a brief phone call. It sounds like she called him and just got him. She said she asked him about his reaction to Iran saying they are no longer following the memorandum of understanding, and he told me I couldn't care less. Because she says in a brief phone call. It's interesting. But I want to clarify that because it's not like they put out a press release. People might see that and think like, oh, that's the official comment that was put out. And that's not what it sounds like. It sounds like she called him and just happened to get him on the phone. I mean, I can't imagine that he called her, and it was a brief phone call. Hmm. Oh no, I did something wrong here. Oh, I see. All right. Anyway, so I want to clarify. It's interesting. I mean, good reporting by Hannah Brandt by getting those quotes. But I just want to clarify that that's not that doesn't sound like President Trump was sitting with his communications team coming up with a statement to put out, and that's what they put out. There's been stories about how some stories out there how some reporters have Trump's number, and sometimes people call him and just get him on the phone sometimes, and he sometimes will pick up and talk for a little bit with a reporter. It sounds like that's what happened. Yeah, News Nation got a scoop, but so still there's no official statement put out. Uh, you know, that's just what it's a statement, but it's a looks like a just he for whatever reason he decided to pick up the phone and give a statement or just answer a couple questions. But she described it, Hannah Brandt, as a brief phone call. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Tormented Tantalus, who just gave 50 more memberships. Tormented Tantalus has now given 100 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That is very generous of you. I really appreciate it. Please thank Tormented Tantalus. If you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus or somebody else, thank them. Or if you got a gift sub from somebody else, thank you so much. Hey, thanks also to Randall May for the gift memberships. Thanks, Randall, and for being a member. Randall Lee May, thank you, Randall. Also, Meganarianism, who, thanks, Megan, I appreciate that. I'll keep an eye on it, Meganarianism. But thank you. She's over on X. Lidwine Elizabeth, Trump is not live making a speech. So if somebody says Trump is live making a speech, that is not true. Thank you so much, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Also, Irreverent B, thanks for the memberships. Thanks, Irreverent B. Brad Buckingham as well. Give me a moment here. Yeah, so things are real. I mean, it's different today. We're now at 5:42 p.m. Still no new attacks. Normally by now, attacks would have started. I mean, there's been attacks the last 7 nights. So normally there would have been new attacks by the U.S. by now. Nothing. Nothing from President Trump on his Truth Social. Nope. I mean, it sounds like he answered a call from a News Nation reporter, but no official statement put out by President Trump that I'm aware of for more than 19 hours now. So what is going on? After the announcement hours ago from CENTCOM that 2 U.S. soldiers were killed, 1 is missing, and a number were injured after Iranian drone and missile attacks on Friday in Jordan. Zach is vibing, says, United States planning a big attack? We don't know. By the way, a quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers. I really appreciate it, your support. Annie Cush, Rancor, Mr. Clam, Wall Street Shaggy, Sandy Doggo, Dancing in the Sand, Susan CHF, thank you, New Yorker, Matthew Kohai 3, Gaz 1969 UK, Sweet Pyro of Cairo, Devil Doc, Muddy Dogs, Tenfold, Dilge Warren, Mongol Mama, Seed Music, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. And our YouTube members, want to give them a shout out. Beth Mythical, Haley Girl, Ruth, thank you. All of our other YouTube members. Thanks to Lara, thank you. Bruce Nutter thinks the U.S. is loading up the Moabs. Paul Cosgrove, Dean R, Stormy Dude, thanks for being members over there. Bondo07, all of our other members on YouTube, thank you. Some people asked about flight radar. Now, none of the accounts that I follow that know about that stuff a lot have said that they're noticing any kind of huge thing on flight radar. In my amateur opinion, we've seen plenty of planes up there over the past week, and this doesn't seem like much different to me. Now, who knows? There could be lots and lots of planes up there that do not have their transponders on, right? So I don't know what's really up there. We've sometimes we see more than this. There's a refueling tanker and a refueling tanker. I mean, sometimes we see tankers circling over the Persian Gulf or the Gulf of Oman. We don't see that right now. We do see a tanker there circling off the coast of the UAE. I can't read into anything from this. That is I think the Pegasus is a transport craft. Is that what that is? Who knows no, actually the Pegasus is a refueling and transport craft. Refueling and transport. Anyways, you can go to flightradar24.com and check that out. It is 5:46 p.m. as our viewer just said. It is 1:16 in Iran right now. 1:16 a.m. in Iran. No U.S. attacks reported so far. Remember, the last 7 nights, there have been U.S. attacks the last 7 nights. No U.S. attacks so far tonight. What is going on? Is the U.S. planning some major response after 2 U.S. soldiers were killed and one is missing and multiple others injured in Iranian attacks in Jordan? Hey, I have to thank also Joe Seals from Right Side. Joe, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Joe just gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Please thank Joe if you got a membership from Joe. That's very kind of Joe. And Joe gave another donation besides. Very generous of Joe. Joe, thank you so much. Again, please give Joe a shout and thank him if you are one of the 50 people in YouTube who got a membership from Joe. Very nice of Joe. Thank you, Joe. Very kind of you. And hello to Eli and Ben if they are watching. Give me a quick moment here. Thanks for your patience. Now, PW360 claims that News Nation said they saw Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane arrive at Bedminster. Now, I didn't see that report myself. That's what PW360 claims he saw News Nation say. If I see any more reporting on that, I'll let you know. Sorry, just checking. People are sending me a bunch of things, so I'm trying to keep checking up what people are sending me and doing my best. PW360 says, could B2s be heading to Iran? I don't know what's being planned right now. I guess PW is wondering if, remember in the U.S. attacks on Iran in 2025, last year, you had bombers flying from the U.S. to Iran. If that's, I have no idea what's being planned. It's strange that again, it's odd that first of all we haven't heard from Trump today, but second of all, publicly, like on his True Social or anything. But also, we've had the last 7 days, last 7 nights, there have been attacks on Iran by the U.S. Those have been escalating. So far, nothing so far, and it's now almost 6 p.m. Eastern time, 1:22 a.m. Iran time. No U.S. attacks today. PW360, I guess, is thinking that, well, if it involves bombers being sent from the U.S., it could take them a while to get there. Thank you, Brandon Graves, for your support. Thank you. Thank you also, Night Vibe TV. Night Vibe TV says, back to the negotiating table to save lives. Thanks also, Husker, who gave 10 people memberships. Very nice. Would you please thank Husker if you got a membership from Husker? And also, Phil from Dallas. Phil says, Trump going silent after the 2 U.S. soldiers killed and 1 missing means the Iranians better start hiding in the deepest hole they got. Old Sim Racer thinks it's going to be a big deal. Large, full-blown invasion soon. That's what our viewer thinks. I mean, I could certainly see some kind of, I hate using the phrase shock and awe because it's used so much, but some kind of like, you know, big attack, but there's all kinds of things that could be done. But one thing is just like a big bombing attack that's just like a one-day thing. And President Trump says like, you know, we've launched strikes to punish them for this, and if they don't negotiate soon, we're going to blow up all their bridges and power stations, and they better start acting correctly very, very soon, or the regime will stop existing. And then you hear about a lot of explosions in Iran, but there's different versions of that. If it's just so much has been attacked there already, military-wise. If it's just military targets, I don't know if that's a big game changer, So there's all kinds of different possibilities here. My point is you could have something that is lots of explosions, but isn't actually that escalatory. Or you could have something that's quite escalatory. Okan says you can't predict what Trump will do. I'm just trying to get you updates here. I'm kind of looking at a lot of different sources, including Middle Eastern sources. What I need to do is take 1 minute. I need 1 minute here. I need 1 minute here. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. And in 1 minute, we will continue our live coverage. We are back. Thank you for your patience. Um, and so, what's going on? As you can see on the screen, and as you probably had already heard, U.S. military announced 2 U.S. soldiers, service members, were killed in Jordan. One is missing, and others injured after Iranian drone and missile attacks on Friday in Jordan, reportedly on a Jordanian base where U.S. service members serve. And also, there are U.S. aircraft there, reportedly. And we have not had any kind of public comment from Trump after this news came out, and nothing on his Truth Social for over 19 hours. He gave a short couple of quotes to a News Nation reporter who apparently called him and got through today. Nothing too revelatory about what's coming next, but no statement to the general public, official statement from President Trump about what's happening. And very strangely, the last 7 nights there have been U.S. attacks on Iran, and those attacks have been intensifying. But today, nothing. We're already at 6:02 p.m. Eastern, still nothing. 1:32 a.m. Iran time, still nothing. So there's a bunch of speculation out there. Is the reason that we have not seen any kind of U.S. attacks on Iran yet today is that the U.S. is preparing some kind of major response after the soldiers were killed and injured? What is strange about it that, well, it's strange because the pattern has been for days that we would have heard by now of new strikes starting. The last few days, we would have heard they would have started hours ago. And all of a sudden, the pattern is broken. Especially given that the strikes were intensifying the last several days. Oh, I have an update from Dan Lamothe. So, Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post says that a U.S. official tells him that, and this is echoing another report that we saw, that it was either the Wall Street Journal or did the Wall Street Journal say this or the New York Times? Multiple outlets, including the Washington Post, Dan Lamothe, have said that this attack occurred at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which is a base that Iran, in its communications this week, the Revolutionary Guard have talked about targeting. The Muwafaq Salti Air Base. And Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post says that this is at least the second significant attack on this base and the 4th significant attack on U.S. military positions in Jordan over the last week. And collectively, at least a dozen people collectively, at least a couple dozen people have been injured in those attacks. This is a similar report to one we heard from the New York Times earlier. So again, Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post is saying that this base was the Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which has now been attacked in significant attacks twice this week, and there's been 4 significant attacks on U.S. military positions in Jordan over the last week, he says, and at least a couple dozen people have been injured. And remember that the New York Times is reporting that something similar. The New York Times says that the attack that killed the 2 soldiers was the fourth attack in 5 days on U.S. forces in Jordan, and together dozens of service members have been injured and a number of helicopters have been damaged. Of course, if that's true, that means that there were a number of attacks in Jordan this week on U.S. troops that injured U.S. troops that no one ever heard about, that were never publicized. So again, multiple outlets reporting 4 attacks this week in 5 days on U.S. troops in Jordan. Here, let me show you this right here. See, I don't even think this is updated here. Yeah, so this is a Washington Post article, and it says, where is it here? A U.S. official speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue said the Iranian attack struck Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, relying on at least one missile. It was the latest of at least 3 attacks in Jordan that inflicted damage or caused injuries to U.S. troops over the last week, the official said. I'm seeing some reports online, unconfirmed reports of explosions in Erbil. That has been something that's happened a bunch this week. Erbil is the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. And so hearing if there are explosions in Erbil, that does not mean that something is going on with the U.S. retaliation to Jordan or have anything to do directly with the situation with the U.S. soldiers who were killed in Jordan. That is something that has happened numerous times this week. So I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm just letting people know. Yeah, so Mer News says, and again, this is Iranian state media, they say that Mer News, Iran state media claims that Iraqi media reported several explosions at the U.S. consulate in Erbil. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. It's an interesting question of how staffed is the consulate there right now. Um, I'm not sure. So I'll keep an eye on that. Ah, look. Hold on. Where does it say it here? Yeah, I mean, you can see this right here on the Iraq page for U.S. State Department. It says, what happened here? The U.S. government has a limited ability to provide emergency services to U.S. citizens in Iraq. Do not travel to Iraq for any reason. So I don't know, maybe you have Iranian forces or pro-Iranian, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias firing something at the U.S. consulate in Erbil. I'm not sure. I'll let you know. But again, that doesn't seem to me to be anything about some kind of response to what happened with Jordan. But I'll certainly keep an eye on it. Thank you, Mrs. Jenny Groves. Literally, we were just talking about that 2 minute, 1 minute ago. What you were just mentioning, we were just talking about that from a different Iranian media site. So again, I'll have to just see what we hear about Erbil. Hang on a moment. Hang on. Ah, this is what Fars News said, and we've been hearing this kind of report during the week multiple times. Fars News Iran says Iraqi sources simultaneously with the attack on the U.S. consulate, which they're claiming might have happened, I don't know if that was a drone attack or something, in Erbil, which is the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. The headquarters of separatist groups in Erbil was attacked. Though we've been hearing about reports like that during the week. And again, just to clarify, I do not see that as anything that really seems related directly to the whole U.S. troops killed in Jordan situation. Give me a second here. By the way, speaking about Kurds, just to give you a little background on Kurds, there is a Atlantic Council article from March called "How Would a Kurdish Offensive Change the War in Iran?" This is from March, right at the start of the war. I don't hear much of a talk about the Kurdish offensive these days. But they do have this article and they say, who are the Iranian Kurds and what is their relationship with the Iranian regime? The Kurds are an ethnic minority group with a distinct language and culture that make up 10 to 12% of Iran's population and have lived on the western border of what's now modern day Iran for more than 400 years. Iranian Kurds have struggled for more autonomy, self-control within a centralized Persian state for centuries. Under the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kurds have been brutally repressed through violence, and they continue to be marginalized economically and socially and culturally. Okay. The Kurds have bristled under the Islamic Republic's rule. Kurdish activists, lawyers, and teachers were arrested, jailed, and sometimes even executed for demanding Kurdish rights. And then there's you can see here they talk what are the goals of the various Iranian Kurdish groups, but they mentioned that the Kurdistan Freedom Party is based in Iraq's Kurdistan region. So when you hear, hold on a second here, look. This was an article about a possible Kurd offensive. This was being talked about shortly after the war started. But you can see that Atlantic Council in this article says these Kurdish groups are based in, they talk about a number of Iranian Kurdish groups based in Iraq's Kurdistan region. And any cross-border operation would use Iraqi territory as a staging ground. Anyways, so when you hear this report, that's just a little background to kind of help understanding. When you hear a report from Iranian state media that claims that, what did it say? The headquarters of separatist groups in Erbil was also attacked. I believe the implication there, well, might be that the Iranian regime or pro-Iranian forces in Iraq are attacking Kurdish sites in Iraq that are housing people, Iranian Kurds, who are separatists, who want to separate from the Iranian regime. Oh, new strikes. 1 minute ago, strikes have begun. Breaking news, new strikes have begun by the U.S. Okay, let's read this. We have breaking news. Somebody in the chat mentioned this. Thank you so much. Breaking news, and here is what CENTCOM has to say. Here is what CENTCOM has to say. Today at 6 p.m., 18 minutes ago, U.S. forces began launching new airstrikes against Iran at the commander-in-chief's direction. The strikes are designed to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. So, that is one of the stated goals of these attacks is to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. Kind of sounds like they might focus on the Revolutionary Guard forces. Hang on a second here. I mean, I don't know what that's going to be like in practice, but that doesn't say punish the regime, right? It says punish the forces. So I wonder if you're going to hear of explosions at military targets. I don't know, but given how many military targets have been attacked for months by the U.S. and Israel, if it was just focusing on military targets, that there's a lot of more escalatory options that could be chosen. So, but we'll have to see. A lot of things could be done in the name of punishing the Revolutionary Guard Corps, of course. You could target bridges and say the Revolutionary Guard Corps use these bridges. So I don't know how that's going to be interpreted. I don't know how that's going to be interpreted. The Revolutionary Guard is a part of the armed forces. The most powerful part of the armed forces, I believe. And also an institution that's greatly involved in civilian life as well. Phoenix Gamer says, this is getting intense. Let me just show you something real quick. Quick summary from, by the way, the Atlantic Council article about the Kurds, I'm going to put a link to the Atlantic, if you want to read more about that Atlantic Council article about the Kurds, we kind of had to switch off of that because this news happened. I am putting the link in the chat to the Atlantic Council article about the Kurds, atlanticcouncil.org. You can find it there. Regarding this, I was going to show you something about the Revolutionary Guard real quick. This is from Encyclopedia Britannica. They say the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is the most powerful branch of the Iranian armed forces, independent of Iran's regular army and accountable only to the office of the supreme leader. It was established by Ayatollah Khomeini, the Iranian Republic that was created in the Iranian Revolution. He created the Revolutionary Guard, and under the previous supreme leader Ali Khamenei, the IRGC became deeply entrenched in the economy and regime security, allowing it to undermine civilian political processes in favor of Khamenei's autocratic rule. The IRGC consists of an army, a navy, an air force, and an intelligence wing. I will post a link to that article on the Revolutionary Guard Corps if you want to read it. Now, let's see if we're seeing any reports coming out of explosions now that the U.S. has officially announced they are carrying out new strikes on Iran. Nothing yet. And that these strikes, that these strikes are going to be in part to punish the Iranian Revolutionary Guard for the deaths of U.S. soldiers. So now we wait to see what is the U.S. response going to be specifically here. But this is more, normally they don't say that the strikes are to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. Still nothing from President Trump on Truth Social. I just checked again. Zachary Meek says, I bet Israel will get in now to take down IRGC targets. I don't know. I mean, that would be pretty escalatory to have Israel all of a sudden involved again. So I would be surprised if we saw that, but we'll have to see. Thomas Wiley says, I think we're going to see a lot of strikes now. Reports of explosions near Sirik. New reports right now of explosions from Iranian state media. Let me show you this right now. Mayor News, American enemy attacks near Sirik. This was 26 minutes ago, it says. It says 26 minutes ago this happened. Which would have been this. That would have been the start when the U.S. said they started the attacks. They said it was 6 p.m. That would be 6 p.m. Eastern time. They say no casualties or damage to residential and commercial infrastructure reported in new U.S. strikes on Syria. Why does it say Syria? I think that's probably a bad translation and it's meant to say Syric. Okay, just to be clear. I think that's some sort of typo or something. Also, interestingly, Iran is talking about an air base in Iraq that was supposedly attacked. They say Iraqi media, Iran media, state media, they'll post things sometimes and they'll say Arab media or Iraqi media. And I know sometimes when they say Arab media, I don't know what Arab media they're referring to. So I don't know if I feel like sometimes they have something they want to say about what's being done, but they don't want to attribute it to themselves. So they just claim other media is talking about it. So I don't really know if Iraqi media is talking about this, but this suggests that this might be happening. So we'll have to see, is it true that a U.S. air base in Iraq was attacked? I don't know. Harir Air Base is an air base in Iraq that has some U.S. troops there. Harir Air Base. Let me show you this on a map. I don't know if I can find it on the map. So you can see here on our map from Google Maps, hold on. Now I've messed everything up. There. So we've been hearing about some possible explosions in Erbil in Iraq, which is close to Iran. There's Iran right there. So Erbil is here. That's Iraqi Kurdistan, capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. There's Harir here. So again, it's unclear to me, do we have some Iranian attacks on U.S. related sites in Iraq going on? There's some unconfirmed reporting claiming attacks on the U.S. consulate in Erbil. Now we're hearing about, I don't know where the Harir Air Base is, but we're hearing about from Iranian media possibly attacks on the U.S. air base, the Harir Air Base. So we'll have to see what we hear about that. If you look here, oh, and here's Syric too. Let me show you this. This is all from Fars State Media. So we have Fars State Media claiming that that at 1:30 around about a half an hour ago, they say Syric was targeted by a U.S. attack in Iran, and also the U.S. air base, a U.S. air base in Iraq was attacked, and they say that there's a drone attack on a U.S. consulate in Erbil. I'm going to post all this. So, Iran state media Fars reports U.S. attack near Sirik. Drone attack on U.S. consulate in Erbil, Iraq. Attack on U.S. Harir Air Base in Iraq. These reports are all unconfirmed. All right, let's get some more reports here. Don't have anything big at the moment in new, but the U.S. has said that they have started their attacks on Iran for the night, including attacks to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. Shin reports CRAM activity in Erbil. The CRAM is a defense weapon, rapid-fire defense weapon. It's a rapid-fire gun. All right, we're getting into the latest updates here. What is this U.S. response going to be like? Slot Watcher thinks it's going to get nasty. Hang on. We're bringing you the latest updates here. I am checking for updates. So far, we have not heard much We've heard the only attack I've heard about in Iran so far is an attack that reportedly happened around 6 p.m. Eastern time with a strike in the Sirik area, which has been attacked numerous times over the last week. That is near the Strait of Hormuz. Um, and you can actually, I'll show you where that is. But we're not hearing yet about large-scale U.S. strikes. There is Sirik right there. So, but again, just one attack reported, and that was reportedly about 37 minutes ago. So what is going to happen? We are waiting to see. Thomas Wiley thinks it is coming. Some people on YouTube are mentioning ads. I have, as I always have, mid-roll ads are turned off. I do not cover the screen with an ad during the broadcast when it's live on any of my platforms. There may be other ads that YouTube puts on the side or whatever, but I have the mid-roll ads turned off. So I'm sorry if you're getting other ads, but the mid-roll ad setting is turned off. A number of the viewers on YouTube say they have no ads. So anyways, I'm sorry if you're getting stuff, but again, as always, the mid-roll ad setting is turned off. Ali BK had some video supposedly of CRAM in Erbil. Again, Iranian media, state media, is claiming that there's been an attack on the U.S. consulate in Erbil, Iraq tonight, and also on a U.S. airbase. I don't know if that's true. Firejack says the music that the White House Chief of Staff played with the video of the B-2 in an X-post is very important. Nessun Dorma translates to none shall sleep. The famous ending translates to I will win, I will win. So I didn't see that post, but also, I mean, there's been all kinds of posts for months on White House and White House related media with posts of like war-related posts and bomber stuff. So I can't really speak to that. Firejack thinks this post by the White House Chief of Staff was very significant today. Thanks, Firejack, for writing in. Oh, interesting. Hold on a second here. Yes, they just posted this a minute ago. Mayor News posted this a minute ago. Shin mentioned this as well. Here's a post from Mayor News, Iranian state media. Mayor News says, I'm pulling it up for you right now. I am pulling it up for you right now. It says, the sound of a fighter jet flying over Kish is heard. According to reports received from Mer reporters on Kish Island, they heard the sound of one or more fighter jets flying in the sky over the island a few minutes ago. It is said that despite the sound being heard, no explosion or security incident has been reported on the island so far. I will show you where Kish Island is. Is that the resort island that had been attacked a couple days ago? Am I remembering this right? To the west of Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, Kish Island here is to the west of the Strait of Hormuz. It's in the Persian Gulf. It is a resort island, but it has been attacked in the past week by the U.S. There's an airport there. Maybe it's used for military stuff too. That is Kish Island. Also, there could be obviously planes going over there headed towards other targets. Maurice Sparks thinks probably headed deeper into Iran. Unconfirmed report from Ali BK claiming an explosion in Bandar Lenge. I don't know if that's true. Shin reported an unconfirmed report of an unconfirmed report of an of a of explosions in Bandar Lenge. Again, I'm not sure if that's true. We'll wait and see what else gets reported. The U.S. beginning its attacks on Iran tonight, in part to punish them for the attacks that killed U.S. troops in Jordan. Here's something more about the reported attack in Syriac Iran about, what was it, about 40 minutes ago? This is from Tasneem. There it is. Tasneem, Iran state media says, Tasneem reporter reports from Bandar Abbas. A few minutes ago, residents of Syriac reported hearing the sound of an explosion. But again, I believe this is, yeah, that's around 1:30 local time. That would be about 40 minutes ago. Hormozgan governorate officials said at 1:30 they received a report of a missile hitting a point in Syriac. Operational teams will be present in the area and will announce possible damage. According to this report, Syriac has been targeted by the Americans several times in recent days, causing damage in the city. Thank you, Rob Allard, for being a member. Thanks again, Miss Jenny Groves. I really appreciate your support. Mrs. Jenny Groves. Thank you, Dixie. Thank you, Dixie, for your support. Also, Catfish Mike. Catfish Mike says, I wouldn't completely rule out the possibility of considering some pretty extreme options for dealing with those really deep, heavily fortified underground bunkers. Thank you, Mary Dean, for being a member. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Brandon Graves, for your support as well. Hang on. Shin reports 2 explosions in Bebahan. Again, that's unconfirmed. Shin claims 2 explosions in Bebahan in Khuzestan province. Not much more. Oh, explosions in Bandar Abbas and Bandar Lenge. This is from Tasnim State Media in Iran. Tasnim reporter reports from Bandar Abbas a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago, news was released about the sound of explosions in Bandar Abbas and Bandar Lenge. Local officials confirmed these sounds and said they have not yet received any reports of a missile strike or an attack by American warplanes. But according to this report, over the past few days, Bandar Abbas has been repeatedly attacked by American warplanes, causing damage to the city's infrastructure. Let me show you where we're talking about here. Bandar Abbas is at the Strait of Hormuz, near the Strait of Hormuz, on the southern part, in the southern coast of Iran. There's Bandar Abbas. And Bandar Lenge, I forget, is it to the west? I'll have to look it up. Yes, it's to the west. Bandar Lenge is actually to the west of, just looks like maybe a bit west of the Strait of Hormuz, but on the coast there. Bandar Lenge, to the west of Keshem Island. Still nothing from President Trump on Truth Social. Nothing for 20 hours from President Trump on Truth Social, 20 hours and counting. So we haven't heard that much so far. Expecting to hear a bunch more. Lem says Trump may be in bunker. Trump is in New York. I don't know where is he at. I don't know if he's at Bedminster right now or at Trump Tower. Last I heard, I think he was at Bedminster, but he arrived. Oh no, he was at Bedminster last night. Yeah, he was. I think he stayed the night at Bedminster, if I have that right, at his golf course there. So I have no, as I said earlier, I have no report that he actually played golf, but he's staying at his golf course, his golf resort at Bedminster, New Jersey. And there was no report from they didn't even call. The press pool was told that they were given times to show up, and then the times got delayed, and then they just said a lid. So the press pool wasn't even, as usual, called to the location where the president was today, which is interesting. Hey, thank you, C. Serwin, for your support. Really appreciate that, C. Serwin. Also, TJ Adams for being a member. Thank you. Corey2SS for your support. Thank you so much. 86 GOP Forever gave 50 memberships to people in the YouTube chat. Please thank 86 if you got a membership from 86. 50 memberships. That's really generous of you, 86. Thank you so much for your support. Very kind of you. A lot of new members. Thank you. Thanks, Rob Allard. Rob Allard K, our new member. Also, Big Dog Gaming over there on Twitch. Thank you. Let's see if we have any updates here. Now, Mer News seems to be denying an attack in Bandar Lenge. Let me show you this. This is from Iran State Media Mer. They say that the governor of Hormozgan province's office says, despite some news in cyberspace, no collision, I think they mean attack, has been reported at Bandar Lenge. So don't know. Rick Schweitzer mentioned Flight Radar 24. We looked at it before. I'll show you now. I'm assuming we won't see most of the U.S. planes that are actually up. Yeah, I mean, this isn't looking like anything. It kind of looks to me like fewer planes than we've seen other times this week, but I'm sure plenty of planes are up. There's a refueling tanker. Actually, that's not even, that refueling tanker was doing this and now it's not there anymore, but that's just that black means it's not even, that means it's not even being actively targeted. This is not being actively tracked, this plane. It's black means its estimated position. So that's not being actively tracked. So it looks like, I mean, it looks like they have the tracking off for a lot of planes because that's actually not being actively tracked. And that's not being actively tracked. See, the black line means not actively tracked. That plane, I don't even know what that is. It says military or government. I have the military filter on. That's Indonesia Air Force. I don't know if that's a legit or not. I'm actually not seeing any actively tracked U.S. Air Force planes up. Now, I'm sure there's a bunch of planes up, but I'm guessing maybe they all have turned their transponders off, but they're just not there in that region right now. That's a Gabon government one. Anyways, it's interesting. Usually this week we see a few tankers up around while strikes are going on, but nothing at the moment. So again, maybe they've all gone dark. Mary Dean says U.S. attacks at night, usually allegedly, certainly in recent weeks, that's what's happened. Mongol Mama pointed out that you can see a number of tankers. I mean, there's one in over Jordan right now, and there's one that looks like it's coming back. They take off from Israel. This one you can see took off from Israel right there. Probably take off and then go dark. That one's already gone dark. See, that's just an estimated path right now. So that one already went dark after takeoff. That tanker there. Trying to bring you the latest updates here. Not that much in terms of the attacks yet. We'll have to see where this is all going. I mean, I think you'll know when the more robust part of the attack is going on. Oh, this is interesting. Vahid says he got a report about 10 minutes ago where someone claimed that there are reports of explosions near a refinery, the Bild Boland refinery in Bebahan. So unconfirmed reports of explosions in Bebahan. Let me show you what we're talking about here. Again, unconfirmed reports. Of explosions in Bebahan. There's Bebahan right there. You can see this here. It's kind of hard to see. There. So this would be in western Iran. Reports of several explosions there, possibly near a refinery. I don't know where the refinery is. Oh, about 10 miles outside the city. Says, where is Ram Hormuz? Okay, so it's on this road, somewhere up here. There's supposed to be a refinery. Oh, right there, I think. That might be. There's a Persian Gulf. It's a gas refinery. Persian Gulf Bib Doland Gas Treating Company. So one person told Vahid that the sky turned red on the side of the refinery. But I don't know if that might have been attacked or not. There's also an airport there in Bebahan next to the refinery. So could either of those things be attacked? I don't know. Trey Yingst says heavy U.S. strikes are now targeting Iran. That was just reported by Trey Yingst of Fox News. Okay? So Trey Yingst says heavy strikes are going on now. Mer News says the explosion in Avaz has not been confirmed yet. The explosion in Avaz has not been confirmed yet. According to reports received, the news that American warplanes attacked areas in Avaz is not true. That's in western Iran. According to Mer's follow-up, no explosions or airstrikes have occurred in this area so far. Shin claims that there was AA activity spotted in Shaheen Shar in Isfahan province, Iran. Shin also thinks that possibly Shin thinks that maybe the explosions heard in Bebahan and possibly Avaz, which are both in Khuzestan province, Shin thinks maybe those were sonic booms. Yeah, we certainly have not been hearing reports yet of what we would expect to see, which is some sort of heavy attack from the U.S. tonight. We have not heard that at all. Again, I think you will know. Hold on a point. We have an update here. Enemy military attacks near Hajiabad. So last night, I believe there was a bridge and tunnel that was attacked on the route from Bandar Abbas north towards Hajiabad. Now we're hearing about a point near Hajiabad targeted by the U.S. about 25 minutes ago. I'm going to show you where that is. Hajiabad. Again, that's a bit north of Bandar Abbas, maybe 100 miles more, couple 100 miles, 150 miles. But there's Bandar Abbas, and again, somewhere near Hajiabad, reportedly a strike there. Could it be on a bridge or a road or a tunnel or something? That I don't know. Mayor says there was no explosion in Iraq. The governor of Iraq, Iran, said there was no incident or explosion in that city. Waiting, trying to get you more updates here. We have not heard about that many strikes since the U.S. announced that they had begun their strikes. Our viewer Bees says power plant day. Wes Downer thinks it's bridge and power plant time. There's that other question, which is if the U.S. launches these major strikes on Iran, how is Iran going to respond to that? Hang on. I'm going to have to time somebody out in the chat for posting a report. It's just false. Just a false thing. They might have been timed out already. The Ghost Rider says gonna get knocked back to the Stone Age? Another denial here of an attack. This is from Tasneem State Media. Following explosion and attack by American warplanes on Gome denied. Following the publication of news about an explosion and American warplanes attacking areas in Gome, which I haven't heard. Security officials denied the news and announced they had not received any reports of an explosion so far in Gome. Thank you so much to Jason Kennedy. Jason, welcome to the channel, and thanks so much for your support, Jason Kennedy. I really appreciate that. So again, after CENTCOM announced earlier today that 2 U.S. soldiers were killed and 1 is missing yesterday, and multiple injured in an Iranian drone and missile attack in Jordan on a U.S. base. The U.S. says they have begun strikes today, and that part of the purpose will be to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. How different these attacks today will be, I don't know, by the U.S. Haven't heard about that much so far. More denials. I keep seeing a bunch of denials. So we had seen earlier that one Iranian state media outlet had said, Fars. Oh no, Tasneem had said explosions heard in Bandar Abbas and Bandar Lenge. Unconfirmed reports of explosions. Then we hear from Fars that the local official there, local government there, says no missile hits in Kish and Bandar Lenge. I guess they didn't deny Bandar Abbas. Anyways, there's been a bunch of denials about strikes, and we're just not hearing that much. So again, it does not seem like, and we don't know, but usually we get, if there's some kind of big attacks, there'll be reports coming out about it. So it doesn't seem like the major part has started yet. Yeah, not many reports so far of U.S. strikes. Seem like it's still to come. Flameless Dragon says Iran attacked the USA and Jordan. That needs a big retaliation. Susie Malone says things seem to be heating up. Thanks, Jovan's Gaming. Yeah, I'm seeing reports. I've been seeing some reports of missiles from Russia attacking Kyiv, Ukraine. We just can't. I'm not going to cover both things, so I'm sorry, but I got to keep the focus on Iran right now. So, you know, I'll keep a lookout for stuff here, but I don't anticipate really talking about that much. We got to keep the focus on this one thing. So much to talk about with this in itself. I want to not get off on something else. Thank you, Jovan's Gaming, for your support. Also, Stephen Brianez and Hannah Love. Hannah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hannah said there was an earthquake in Mexico. I haven't seen anything about it. I'm looking at EMSC. I don't, there was a 4.6 28 minutes ago, but that's not that big. There was a bigger one, I think yesterday or the day before. I'm not seeing anything too big recently. But thank you, Hannah Love. Yeah, there was a 7 something off the coast yesterday or the day before. Still waiting to see what this attack tonight by the U.S. will involve. We just don't know. Thank you, Jeff Buddington, for your support. I appreciate that, Jeff. Chris Rimby says it's early yet. Yeah, you'll know when stuff is ramping up. I think it'll be pretty obvious. Our viewer, James Craig, says it's hammer time. Keith Dryden says bring the troops home. Pretty Fly says Iran has the right to defend itself. Thank you to all of our moderators who are with us. Over on Twitch, Idaho Star, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, big thanks. Ruth is moderating on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. Beth Mythical as well. Thank you so much. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. On Facebook, K. Lowry Body. Michael Fergal, Andrea Holder. Thank you. Thanks also NyQuil Fartner for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. Another denial of a report of an attack. We've heard some reports, just a few reports of claims of attacks, but most of them I think have been denied after. Here's a denial here from Mer News. Contrary to the atmosphere created in the counter-revolutionary media, no attacks or bombings have taken place in Bebahan so far. No attack on Khuzestan province in general so far, says Mayor's correspondent. Yol after Tahor says, gonna be a long night. Kursk 88 thinks Trump is all bluff. The UnQ80 said the majority of activities happening in Iraq. Well, we've been hearing about some claimed reports by Iran in Iraq. Attacks, unconfirmed reports of attacks on the U.S. consulate in Erbil, which is in eastern Iraq near Iran, and unconfirmed reports of some sort of attack on a U.S. base in Iraq, and also unconfirmed reports claiming that some Iraqi Kurdish sites in Erbil had been attacked. But again, that's a bit tangential to this. Thank you, a little bits, for the membership. Thank you. No, not November from Denmark asks about a question about, politically for Trump, if more troops end up getting hurt or killed, how that could, affect the war effort. I can't say. That's if there's more incidents like what happened in Jordan, could that seriously affect the way the country thinks about the war? Different? Would it really change people a lot and affect and make Trump want to conduct the war differently? That I can't say. Thanks to Flameless Dragon for being a member as well. Still have not heard of much going on. So over an hour ago, the U.S. announced they were beginning their strikes. We have heard very little about strikes so far in Iran. Very little. Thomas Wiley says it's very odd tonight. Maybe there was a lot of planning and talking going on today about what to do, and it just delayed things. It is currently 2:50. Now, I will say this. I have no idea when the U.S. is planning on attacking, right? Normally, the U.S. does these attacks at night. That's what normally happens. But something to keep in mind is, in Tehran, the sunrise is 5:03 a.m. So if the U.S. is intending on carrying out some major attack before daylight, now that could be during daylight, no reason it can't be, but that's in the next 2 hours, basically. But who knows? Maybe there'll be some attack in 5 hours from now, But normally they've been doing them during the evening, during the nighttime. End of Times Bigar says, full-blown invasion or nothing, no bombing can beat Iran. Artificial Idiot says, nobody here knows, it's all just guesses. I personally would be surprised if, they put out this announcement that the airstrikes have begun, and then nothing happened like for 5 hours. I mean, I don't know, but I would find that that doesn't seem how these things usually go. Nothing from President Trump for 21 hours now on True Social. 21 hours. I have a question for you. So I'm not gonna eat my meal now, but I will say that, what am I seeing here? We've been on there for about 5 hours. I would love to like eat a bowl of cereal or something. I think I might run and try to do that real quick. Literally eat a bowl of cereal, uh, just to have something. I'm sure we're going to be on for a while. That'd be my guess. So why don't you let me? Steve is having a quick snack. He will be right back. Let me run and do this. It will just be helpful. Otherwise, this will not be a good situation. So I'm going to grab a quick snack. Again, just like a bowl of cereal. And I'll keep an eye on things. And if something urgent happens, I'll stop eating my cereal and run here. So again, I'm having a bowl of cereal. So let me go do that. Let me run in there and do that. And then run back in here. And hopefully nothing happens while I'm eating my bowl of cereal. Okay? Let me just make sure. There might be something happening right now. Let's see. Well, that's not, not seeing anything there. Not seeing anything at the moment. All right. So bringing you live coverage. Let me run and get some cereal and then I'm coming right back. All right. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. I was able to get a snack. That's good. I was checking for updates while I was eating, and I didn't see anything major. I have not seen anything major yet. Very interesting what's going on. So, again, for those who, well, I think most of you probably know by now, but if you didn't, CENTCOM announced that on July 17th, yesterday, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks in Jordan. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have been returned to duty. Out of respect for the family, CENTCOM will withhold additional information, including the identities of the fallen warriors, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. And in response to this attack in Jordan that killed 2 U.S. soldiers, 1 is missing and others injured, Central Command, well, we haven't heard anything from President Trump. He spoke to 1 reporter shortly on a phone call, but no official statement from the White House on this. Nothing from President Trump on Truth Social for about over 20 hours now, I believe it is. And then for 7 straight nights, the U.S. had attacked Iran, and we hadn't heard anything about tonight. Nothing had really happened so far. And then finally at 6:17 p.m., which is hours later than it has been the last few days, they announced that they were launching new airstrikes tonight for an 8th straight night. But you can see that part of what the strikes are supposed to accomplish is to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. So we don't know what this is going to look like tonight. Already the last couple of nights, the U.S. has been escalating their attacks on Iran, going after a bunch of bridges, apparently, and a tunnel and a railroad target, a railroad junction. So the attacks seem to be escalated anyway, but some think that there might be very escalated attacks tonight in response to what happened in Jordan, but we'll have to see. But so far, I mean, in the hour and a half, about roughly, since this announcement came out, we've heard about very few attacks in Iran. So I think we'll know when it's happening, but it doesn't seem like much has happened so far. Very little so far. Give me a moment here. No, Eric, there are no live stream feeds that I have access to from any areas in the Middle East right now that might be attacked or anything. As usual, there is not. Thank you, Eric 8125, but that's not something I have access to. And generally speaking, I don't see those anywhere. But if that changes, I'll let you know. You can try Intel Cams once in a while, has a camera that I don't have the rights to, once in a while on Intel Cams on YouTube. Thanks, by the way, to Where's My Zootopia. Thank you. Where's My Zootopia? Yeah, I'm not going to get into it here because it's so off topic. TMZ had reported that Andrew and Tristan Tate have been arrested in Miami. If you want to know more, go to TMZ. Thank you so much. Where's My Zootopia for your support? I really appreciate it. Also, Steppy481. Steffi thinks as the attacks ramp up, the IRGC will deny or not report attacks because it will damage their own ideas of superiority. Check OSINT for details. Well, we'll see. I mean, in the past during this war, I have not. I mean, I certainly don't think that everything gets reported, but it seems to me that Iranian, the state media, does end up reporting the big attacks, generally speaking. Um, so I'm sure there's some stuff that they don't. I mean, in the same way that there's been a bunch of reporting today from U.S. outlets saying that there have been numerous attacks in Jordan that the U.S. government has not acknowledged. I'll talk about that in a second. Earlier this week, so Steffi, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. So I'll be looking at all kinds of sources. Thank you so much, Steffi 481. Also, Lee BRFC 8216. Grandpa Jason says, "Are we sure Trump is healthy and okay? 21 hours sus." Well, I mean, I don't. To me, the simplest explanation is that sometimes we see him kind of disappear off social media when there's some big crisis happening. I remember, I believe something like that happened when the plane was down in it went down in Iran a few months ago. I think it was March, and then there was a big rescue operation to get a pilot back. So, you know, he's he did an appearance last night in New York. We saw it. We covered it. So, I mean, the most obvious explanation is just that there's this crisis going on. But if I hear anything else, I'll let you know. But it seems like something we've seen in the past. But Grandpa Jason, I'll keep an eye on things. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Thanks to Flameless Dragon, our new member. Thanks also JMA00A1. Yeah, look, I mean, I love to be able to, if there's some live stream about a live news event, it's great for me to be able to show you guys so we can all see what's happening. But that's the way it's been during this war. Generally speaking, these countries it's not free flowing information. They're very restrictive, the countries in the Middle East, Iran, also the other countries like Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, very restrictive with information. Saudi Arabia about fighting that's going on, and the US too, about what's going on with them. So, and again, I'm sorry. Somebody just asked about Ukraine. I'm sorry if you want Ukraine coverage. We're sticking with this. I gotta just stick with one thing. It just gets too crazy if I'm covering multiple things at once. So we're just sticking with this. I'm sorry we can't do Ukraine coverage, but I'm sticking with this for this broadcast. It's a major story, and I just want to focus on this. I'm not saying that's not an important story. We just got to keep our focus on one thing right now with all that's going on with the war. Anyways, I'm sorry we don't have live streams, but that's been like this for months, you know. Now let's see here. But normally, we would hear about more strikes. Like normally in the last 7 days, when the U.S. says we've begun our strikes, you'll hear about things sooner than, I mean, it's been over an hour and a half now, but maybe we'll hear about things very soon. I just saw I've just seen a bunch of denials of explosions, pretty much. We really haven't heard about much at all since this announcement at 6:17 p.m. It's over an hour and a half now. Hey, thanks, Kat Miowski. Kat Miowski has camera in Tel Aviv that voluntarily allows us to use. Very nice of Kat Miowski. Thank you, Kat Miowski. I appreciate it. Also, Rob Van Roy from the Netherlands. Good to see you, Rob. Thanks for the gift membership, Rob Van Roy. Longtime viewer of the channel. Good to see Rob. This is by far, I mean, in the last week, I don't think we've ever gone this late before things really kind of started taking off with the attacks. It is right now 3:21 Iran time. I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes basically till sunrise. So uh, maybe this is going to just get, I assume it's going to be some major attack. I mean, the best explanation for why the schedule is different than previous days is that this thing happened in Jordan and that the U.S. is changing its response to account for that. Hoagie says it's quiet, maybe too quiet. By the way, I go back and think of what PW320 had a theory that maybe there were like B-2 bombers being sent from the US that were flying all the way to Iran like they did last year to carry out some mission and that but if something like my point is that there could be something that's going to happen that President Trump is waiting for to comment about after. For example, remember Pickaxe Mountain, which is this a reported Iranian nuclear site that's built under a mountain that President Trump in recent weeks has talked about maybe attacking. Right? Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if that was going to happen, it would take a while. If like last year, bombers flew from the U.S. to Iran. That takes a while, though. Last year it took about 18 hours, I believe. Yeah, it was about 36, 37-hour mission last year for the B-2 bombers to go to Iran and strike the nuclear sites in Iran and come back. It's roughly 18 hours each way. So, I mean, it seems like given this announcement and how early they would have had to leave and how quickly that would have had to been decided, I have a hard time thinking that like that's the big thing that's being waited for. Mystic says Dan Scavino posted B2s on his Instagram yesterday. Yeah, but again, I mean, aren't those don't White House accounts and White House related accounts post that kind of stuff all the time? Haven't things like that been posted in recent weeks and months? That's my thought. Now, Country Boy Donnie says we have B-1 and B-2 bombers in the UK. I don't know what maybe there's some bombers that are located closer than the ones in the US that could carry out some strikes. Don't know. It's a fair question. Oh, by the way, I will mention this. Hold on a second here. Yes, AZ Intel found a post from the Bedfordshire Police about further charges against the Tate brothers. I'll repost that. Hang on. Looks like there's two statements there. I don't really want to take a lot of time on that. If you want to read about the Andrew and Tristan Tate stuff, I will post a link in the chat for you. I'm not going to get on to that now. It's interesting. There's an account I follow on X, which is an account I think may be affiliated with the Iranian government. I can never tell, but it's an account that's recommended by another account that appears to be a Revolutionary Guard account. Anyways, this account is constantly posting about war stuff, and sometimes they have some stuff in advance, so I keep an eye on it. And it's interesting, that account now is just posting about like basically commenting on why we haven't seen any strikes yet. It's commenting on that account, which is always posting about strikes, is just commenting on the strangeness of the fact that there's nothing that's happened so far. And that account is usually just always posting about these reports of attacks. So even they commented on it. Again, I don't know who runs that account, but it's very interesting. Kind of adds to all the strangeness today. Is there any chance that there's still discussion going on over what to do, or that there's been a change in plan? I mean, who knows? There could have been. We could be talking about some big strike, or major strikes of some sort that are big escalations. Will says, I think the U.S. might finally be de-escalating. I mean, I know that President Trump has in the past threatened to do things and then not done them. I cannot imagine that there would be some kind of announcement from President Trump saying like, we were going to knock out all the bridges and power plants tonight, but Iran they want to make a deal. They were so scared they want to make a deal, so we're going to have meetings in Pakistan on Tuesday. I would be flabbergasted if that happened after U.S. soldiers were killed. Hectate says we're not hearing that. I mean, again, U.S. soldiers were killed yesterday. Hoover says, I think that ship sailed. I mean, if we were talking about a situation that didn't involve the killing of U.S. soldiers, it might be different. But I don't see how the U.S. I mean, I think the expectation would be some kind of big attack. J3D5354 says after World Cup. Well, this isn't going to be after the World Cup. Whatever's happening now is not going to be after the World Cup. I mean, they literally put out an announcement at 6:17 p.m. Now, there could be more things after the World Cup. Oh, you think maybe negotiations after the World Cup? I don't know. Thanks to Bonnie Goodwin for your support. I really appreciate it. Bonnie Goodwin, thank you. Also, Bite Mode. Bite Mode says Midnight Hammer was later at night. I mean, I don't know that there's really any kind of correlation between the two things in terms of timing, but I think midnight. I'd have to look up and see when it was exactly. We were on the air covering when it was announced. I don't have it here right this second. Have to look it up on Wikipedia or something. But again, I don't know that that would really be a reliable guide to this. And I mean, again, you might argue, well, if they're flying B-2s, I think that's going to be too long a time to get a prompt strike. Oh, 6:40 Eastern. Midnight Hammer, according to Wikipedia, bombs were being dropped at 6:40 p.m. Eastern time. Again, I'm not using that as a guide to this. Now, let me say though, there's a world in which something has happened and we haven't heard about it. I tend to think if it's a big attack, you're going to hear something about it from somebody. You get some local reporting suggesting something. Thank you so much, Bite Mode, for modding and for your support. I really appreciate that. Also, Andy Crabtree. Andy says, I don't get why a soccer game would change any military plans during a war. I mean, President Trump it's a big thing for him. He's going to the World Cup. He did an appearance last night. He did an appearance last night at the World Cup reception in New York. Over the course of the last couple of years, he's done multiple nationally televised appearances related to the World Cup. So if he thinks that it's not going to make a big difference one way or the other, a few hours of timing, I could certainly see him deciding to, again, if it's not going to make a military difference. That doesn't mean no. Jazzy Renee says the World Cup is bigger to him than the service members being killed. No, of course that's not what it means. Again, you're not listening to what I'm saying. My point is clearly that's an important event for him. Also, I'm sure he thinks it's important for the country. So, again, as I said, if it doesn't make a difference militarily, if there's no big reason to have it at that particular time, that doesn't mean it's more important to him than the soldiers. It's just saying that if there's no particular reason to have it at that time, why would he go out of his way to have an attack at that time? Now, come on now. Be reasonable. Don't interpret me as saying things that I'm not saying, because I wasn't saying that. Thank you, GN1TE, for your support. Do you think some of the places were hit hard enough to knock out power, internet, and make them unable to report? No. Uh, I don't know what that would involve. But I have to imagine that if there was some strike in Iran that was so strong that it knocked out the power in an internet in a huge enough area that somehow people from that area couldn't even report what was happening. I don't know if that really is realistic to think that something that big could happen yet and nobody else would know about it. I find that hard to believe. I would have to imagine that would be such a powerful attack that some people somewhere would hear about it and get the word out. That's my thought. I'm not an expert on this, but I do not think the reason that we haven't heard anything is that there's been some enormous attack that's been so enormous that it's cut out electricity and power to such a large area that nobody could report on it. That's my thought. I understand the question. It's an interesting question, but I don't think that has happened. Big thanks to, but I do want to say thanks to GN1TE. Thank you so much, GN1TE. The thing is, like, normally what happens is if there's some kind of significant airstrikes in Iran, people hear them. They don't have to be there. People hear them and they'll report it to us. Like Vahid gets messages from people in Iran, and those don't have to be people right where the explosion is. They will hear things. Sometimes people see things. So I just can't imagine there'll be some big strike and we don't hear something about it. Thank you, GN1TE. Thank you also to Tarot for the membership. Tarot223 for the gift membership. And RN4VetsNY. RN4VetsNY for the 5 gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Thank you, RN4VetsNY, for your support. Thanks also, Man for Some Markets. Thank you, Man for Some Markets, for your support. Also, Didimao for your support. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's other reporting here. By the way, thanks to William Bowser for the Facebook stars. William Bowser, thank you. Let's see if we have some more reports. Hold on. I was trying to take some comments. Okay, we are hearing an explosion in Bandar Abbas. Unconfirmed reports 1 minute ago. Here is a report from Tasnim right now. Right now. Unconfirmed reports of an explosion in Bandar Abbas. A few minutes ago, news was released about the sound of an explosion in Bandar Abbas, but we have not yet had any reports of a missile strike or attack by American warplanes. You know, we were hearing about some things like this earlier tonight, and then these reports got denied. So I don't know. I mean, usually if there's an attack, they'll actually say it. But we'll keep an eye on this. That's from just came out from Tasnim State Media. Oh, now Vahid. Okay, Vahid posted 5 minutes ago. It sounds like there have been explosions. Vahid posted a bunch of reports, Vahid Online on Telegram, about 5 minutes ago, where people are saying 4 explosions, Bandar Abbas, 6 heard, 4 heard. Reports of multiple explosions in Bandar Abbas about 5 to 10 minutes ago, guys. 5, 6 minutes ago. Okay. Just being reported now. Sounds like there have been explosions in the recent minutes in Bandar Abbas. Okay. Again, that's Vahid just posted a bunch of people who messaged him, like in the starting about 9 minutes ago, for several minutes, saying they'd heard repeated explosions in Bandar Abbas, Iran. Let me show you where that is. But this sounds like, now again, that's not anything we haven't heard other nights, right? So that's not we've heard there's been plenty of explosions in Bandar Abbas on other nights, but there is Bandar Abbas right there. So I mean that's a common occurrence during these U.S. attacks. So that doesn't tell us how tonight's strike might be different. We'll have to see what's hit. Shin claims that there were explosions heard in Keshem, which is near Bandar Abbas. I don't know if that's different explosions or not. Um, I haven't seen those reports myself. But I'm pretty confident that there were explosions heard in Bandar Abbas from what Vahid posted. Thanks, by the way, to Meat Missile for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you, Meat Missile. Video Mans, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Yates Snow Nose for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Still have not heard much more about 10 minutes ago or so, there were explosions reported heard in Bandar Abbas, and haven't heard much more since then. Thanks, Pablo Pena, who says, bye more bridges. Am I right? I'm not sure if the U.S. is going to hit more bridges as they've done the last couple of days. Thanks, Maurice Sparks, our member. Dion0043, who says, hope for a de-escalation. This war benefits no one. Oh, also, Fleshernet, thank you for the memberships to Fleshernet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do think a reason we may not have heard from President Trump is that maybe he was waiting to post because there's going to be some aspect of this attack that he wants to post about. Seems like from my experience with his posting, that would be something he would do. Pucci asked about the MIA soldier scenarios. Yeah, it's an interesting question. It's sad that a soldier is missing, of course. I don't know why a soldier is missing in action from drone and missile attacks. I mean, obviously, if a soldier was in the wrong place where there's a direct hit of a ballistic missile or something, you could imagine a situation where they can't find the person, right? So I don't know if that's what happened. Doesn't mean they snuck off. I mean, they say that missiles and drones, so missiles were part of this, you know? I don't like talking about it, but my guess is that it's not a case of just somebody running off or something. Yeah, and Miss Link mentions there could be debris there as well, you know, so it's terrible. In case you missed it, so just to remind you about what's being reported about the attack, the missile and drone attack on the base that killed U.S. soldiers and injured others yesterday, right? The Washington Post says a U.S. official speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue said the Iranian attack Friday struck Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, relying on at least one missile. It was the latest of at least three attacks in Jordan that inflicted damage or caused injuries to U.S. troops over the past week, the official said. Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post also said that there were a U.S. official said to him that collectively at least a couple dozen people have been injured over the past week. And the New York Times reported that the Iranian attack that killed 2 soldiers on Friday was the 4th in 5 days on U.S. forces in Jordan, and that dozens of U.S. service members have been injured this week and a number of helicopters have been damaged in Jordan. Now, I haven't seen anything from Iranian, sometimes it takes them a little while, nothing from Iranian state media on the Bandar Abbas. Oh no, didn't we see a report from Iran state media about Bandar Abbas like 20 minutes ago, saying unconfirmed report of explosions there? I have to look it up. But I haven't seen anything new. Again, Vahid said he got a lot of messages about it, about what, 20 minutes ago? It is now over 2 hours after the U.S. posted this post saying that the U.S. forces had begun their new airstrikes. Only about an hour and 10 minutes or so until sunrise in Iran. Now, we could see strikes during the daytime. Usually the strikes recently have been at night. But you're getting to a point where there's not much time to do it all at night if you're going to carry out some kind of, well, you could do it all if you, but if you're going to extend the attack over time, I mean, again, 3:52 a.m. there right now. I see an unconfirmed report from an account I follow claiming that missiles were launched in Kuwait towards Iran. I mean, that would be by U.S. forces, but I believe, but I don't know that that's true. Oh, here's something about Erna and about Bandar Abbas and Keshem Island. Hold on, let me show you that. Here, look. This is from Iran State Media Erna. Right here. Several explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas and Keshem. Keshem is near Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas. A few minutes ago, now again, I think this was more like a half hour ago. A few minutes ago on Sunday morning, several explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas and Keshem. According to an Erna reporter, Iran State Media, residents of some areas of Bandar Abbas are reporting hearing the sound of several explosions in these areas, and this issue is being investigated on the ground. Residents of Keshem Island also report hearing several explosions on the island. There is Bandar Abbas, and there is Keshem Island. What, about 10 miles between them? About 13 miles or so between them. Well, depending on where you are. It could be actually, it's closer here. If you do this. About 10 miles, the closest place. There could have been something, same explosions that people on both places heard, maybe. Andy Crabtree says, of course, there's no reason to rush a response. My concern is delaying one. I think Andy was talking about the World Cup idea about whether there would not be attacks during the World Cup. If I don't know that that's on the table anyway. Thanks, Andy Crabtree, 9780. Also, thank you to Kate Bremer. I appreciated Kate Bremer. Thank you. Also, Pilsy1. Pilsy says the IRGC may be telling media to deny all attacks to make it look like we're not doing any damage. Yeah, the thing is, though, normally if there's some kind of big attack, there's other sources that you can find. Like, again, Vahid Online got like a number of reports from the area, saying people had heard explosions like a half an hour ago. So I find it hard to believe there's going to be some kind of big attack and we're not going to know about it. But maybe there have been some strikes that we don't know about tonight. I'm not sure. Thank you, Pilsy. Thank you, Samuel DeMarco. Samuel says, for what it's worth, 3 additional tankers are visible on ADSB taking off from Israel. There are also 2 over the Strait of Hormuz, but those usually come in and out of visibility. Yeah, I don't have the background to look at Flight Radar 24. I'm not constantly looking at it, and I don't know what's normally up there. I mean, there's been plenty of times we've seen tankers up there during the war when there wasn't active strikes going on, and all I can say is I follow people who really follow the flight radar closely, and none of them have said that they're seeing anything that's some kind of huge new development. So again, I cannot read. There's a tanker there, a refueling tanker there, and there's a refueling tanker. That looks like maybe it's coming in from Ramstein, maybe a cargo plane, C-17A Globemaster. Anyways, my point is that I cannot. Yeah, this is a transport aircraft there. I cannot look at this and conclude anything about what's going on. And certainly, there's been plenty of times we've seen multiple refueling tankers up where there wasn't active strikes going on. So I don't know. I wish I had more of a background in that, but there's nothing I can say intelligently to really draw any conclusions from that. But maybe, Samuel, maybe there is an attack going on, and maybe there is more activity up there. I'm not sure. I'm guessing there might be a lot of planes we can't see on the flight radar. Thank you so much, Samuel DeMarco, for your support. I very much appreciate that. Also, Optima Forma, thank you. St. Max Boss, thank you. St. Max thinks that the response is delayed because of coordination between Israel and Gulf states, Gulf Cooperation Council states. I don't know if the U.S. is coordinating with other countries about this attack. Interesting question. And whether that could delay things. Stephen Kruger, thank you. Thanks for being a member. And Inked Patriot Queen, thank you so much. And I also don't know if I can't guarantee you that when that announcement came out from the U.S., from the military saying we've begun our strikes, was it all agreed on then? Was there still discussion about what exactly was going to happen? Was there a change of plan? I don't know. Or maybe the plan was just to wait a few hours. We've heard about very little at this point, though. Here is something. All right, so we have a report of strikes in Keshem, and that was about 20 minutes ago. All right, here this is interesting. This is from Mayor News, Iran state media. Mayor, they say American enemy military attacks near Keshem at 3:40, about 20 minutes ago. A point near Keshem was targeted by American enemy military attack. No civilian casualties or damage to residential or commercial infrastructure have been reported in the new U.S. attacks on Keshem. That's the big island next to the Strait of Hormuz. Here, that's Keshem here. I wonder if the explosions people heard in Bandar Abbas might have been explosions from Keshem. That I don't know. All right, what I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to take 1 minute here. We are bringing you live coverage. We're going to continue with our coverage. I need like a minute. I just need a minute. I got to get some more water. Give me a minute or so. All right, I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage and bring you the latest updates on this apparent U.S. attack that's still coming for the most part. So give me a minute. I'm coming right back. All right, we are back. Thanks for your patience. Bringing you the latest updates here. Let me check, see what we're seeing. We have heard so far just very little about strikes tonight. It's kind of a strange situation. Not kind of. It's a strange situation where we've just heard about a few strikes, which even if it was a normal night of strikes would be very few. But especially given that the U.S. military said they were going to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night and killed 2 U.S. soldiers, with one missing and injured others. Expecting some kind of big attack, and so far nothing, not much. This came out 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. Got about an hour till sunrise there. So let's see what we see. Let's see what's happening. Michelle Hood thinks something big is about to happen. Yeah, we heard about some strikes on Keshem Island about a half an hour that took place about a half an hour ago, but we would normally hear about things like that. I mean, we would normally hear about strikes in a lot of places. So normally there'd be U.S. strikes in a lot of different places: Keshem and Sirik and Bandar Abbas and Khuzestan province. And Chabahar and all these, we haven't heard of. We've heard of very little, and that would just be on a normal night, given the last couple of weeks. I'm seeing nothing that Keshem was hit again. Fars came out with a report about Keshem and said it was 3:40 a.m. It's about a half an hour ago, the same time that Mer News said. Shout out to our moderators who are here. Oops, I got to do something here. Hang on a second. Leslie Ladyhawk and Haley Girl moderating over there on YouTube, and Ruth. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Bite Mode is there as well. Thank you so much for moderating. I really appreciate it. On Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges and Sarah, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, thank you so much. Kay Lowry, Buddy, Michael Fergal, Darren Charlo, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Big thank you to all of our mods. Lee Roquemore thinks the bigger the attack, the more coordination it's going to take. Could be really big. That's our viewer, Lee. I will point out again that President Trump has been silent on social media for over 22 hours. Over 22 hours, nothing from President Trump on True Social. Over 22 hours. So maybe he has been working on whatever response is going to happen. Thank you, St. Max Boss. How to open gates of hell US in GCC, says St. Max Boss. Thanks for your support, St. Max Boss. Thank you, Milo Kenneth, who says, could it be possible they have cut the internet feed from Starlink as well as taking out the power so there's no energy to send any type of comments out? No. When the internet is cut, we hear about these kind of things. No, I do not think it's realistically possible that the power is out in all of Iran and the internet is out and we have no word of this. I cannot imagine that's the case. I am not an expert on these matters, but from what I know, I can't imagine that's the case. Thank you, Milo Kenneth. Also, we clearly are hearing things from Iran as well, sometimes. But thank you, Milo Kenneth, for your support. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you, Milo Kenneth. Tormented Tantalus gave 50 more people memberships. Well, Tormented Tantalus has given, I think, 150 people memberships during this broadcast alone in our YouTube chat. Please thank Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from them. That is really nice of Tormented Tantalus. Thank you so much for your support. And thanks for all the new members. And please shout out Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus. Thank you. Thanks also Corey Bethune, our member. Thanks St. Max Boss, who says, plus Israel, but more merrier, but takes coordination time. Some of our viewers thinks Israel is going to be involved in the response. Thanks Anonymous, K4Y2H, who says, it's pointless to look at flight radar for military aircraft, especially in a war zone. If it were as simple as that, we would have downed aircraft. Thanks Optima Forma for your support. Yeah, it is very weird how, like, even if we weren't even talking about responding to the attack in Jordan, even if that attack had never happened in Jordan, and this was just the eighth straight night of U.S. attacks, I'd be sitting here saying, this is very strange. They announced these attacks 2.5 hours ago, and we've heard of maybe a few explosions on Keshem Island and one or two other places. I mean, but it's really weird that we haven't heard more. And that would be even if the Jordan thing didn't happen. Now, just so you know, I saw this, but, so I want to show you this. No, IRNA is reporting that the local government confirms that a point near Keshem was attacked at 3:40 a.m. So there's been several reports on this. It's all the same time. It's 3:40 a.m. And also, just so you know, I think sometimes on Telegram, you get this translation of this word as invasion, but they don't mean invasion because this has happened this week before. So you'll see the word invasion, but I see no reporting about an actual invasion. So I think sometimes there's some word that gets translated to invasion, but if you see what they're actually talking about, they say, according to the Hormuzgan governorate, that's the local government, at 3:40 a.m., which is about 35 minutes ago, a point near Keshem was targeted by an American enemy military attack. No clashes or injuries have been confirmed in Bandar Abbas so far. And again, everything we've heard about, there's different Iranian outlets that have been posting about Keshem. None of them have reported like ground troops or anything. It's just been at 3:40 a.m. there was some kind of strike. So I know it says invasion there, but we've had that happen this week where I think there's some kind of word like explosion that gets translated as invasion. So I've seen multiple Iranian media, state media, post about this, and they say it's here they say targeted at 3:40 a.m. Here's one from state TV. American military attacks near Keshem at 3:40 a.m. A point near Keshem was targeted by a military attack by the American enemy. Now look, uh, could there be some kind of movement by the U.S. tonight to take some Iranian island? I mean, this kind of thing has been discussed this week. There's been some reports that President Trump was thinking of escalating. That would be a big escalation. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but I just want to be clear. I haven't heard any reports about that kind of thing going on. But it's something to think about. But that's not just airstrikes. That would be a whole thing. Oh, Red Wolf sent me this video I know is going around. I cannot confirm this video going around that supposedly shows what happened last night, that supposedly shows the attack in Jordan last night, but showing missiles landing. But I'm not aware that any of the videos have been definitively confirmed as from last night and from that location. So I'm aware of them. I've seen a bunch of them, but I don't have any. I'm not positive that certainly it's possible they're all legit, but I just don't know that right now. I don't have the rights to the videos anyway, so I can't play them. But yeah, I mean, really, I'm just seeing. Just in the last hour, I think the only attack we've heard about is these strikes on Keshem Island. Been very, very quiet. Only about 45 minutes left until sunrise. Very strange. Very strange. My guess is that when Vahid had posted around that 3:40 or so, when Vahid had posted about explosions reported in Bandar Abbas, I'm guessing that's people who heard the explosions in Keshem. It's not that far away from Keshem. Michelle Lauzon Michelle says, I doubt there will be heavy strikes. The U.S. and allies, Kuwait and the others, are not ready for a massive retaliation from Iran if it comes. Look, I think we were talking about a bit about this earlier. And what I said earlier was like, look, if the U.S. is going to escalate tonight, they need to expect that Iran will escalate with their response. So that needs to, I'm sure that's something that the White House and President Trump and the war planners are thinking about. They have to, if they do stuff that escalates that they haven't done before, they have to say, well, what's Iran going to do now? And they need to be okay with those possibilities. I think it's a very good point. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. Oh, I didn't see this. Hey, thanks to Hassan. The Wall Street Journal is now reporting that unmanned and manned and unmanned aircraft were hit in the attack. So, just to be clear, the Wall Street Journal says that in the attack on Jordan, in which a couple troops were killed, they say manned and unmanned aircraft were also hit in the attack. And what I think they mean by that is that it's drones and planes or helicopters. I think it was was it the Times that said helicopters had been damaged in attacks in Jordan this week? I think the New York Times said that. So the Wall Street Journal is saying that in the attack on the Jordan attack, that in which the soldiers were killed, in addition to troops getting killed and injured, manned and unmanned aircraft were hit in that attack. Okay, we have an update about Keshem Island. The strikes there about a half an hour ago. Here is an update about Keshem Island from Tasnim State Media. If I can get it on the screen for you. Here it is. Here. 6 missiles hit Keshem Island. Between 3:38 and 3:45 a.m., several explosions were hit in various areas of Keshem Island. Based on field observations and statements from local residents, at least 6 missiles have struck areas on the outskirts of Keshem Island. That's approximately about 40 minutes ago. So far, security officials and relevant authorities have not made any official statements regarding the details of this incident, and no information has been released about the extent of potential damage or casualties. Tasnim's correspondent is following up on the details of these attacks, and further updates will be released subsequently. So they're saying that 6 missiles hit the island about 40 minutes ago. Iran State Media Tasnim. See, more like 45 minutes ago. Around 40 minutes ago. Around 40 minutes ago, 6 missiles hit Keshem Island. Now, this is something that on a normal night of attacks like we've been seeing lately, this would just be one thing that we would expect to see something like this. We would expect to see it in multiple locations. But really, we've hardly seen much at all tonight that we've heard about. Now, I'm going to break your brain by introducing another possibility. So there's Keshem Island right there in the Strait of Hormuz, the big island there. All right, don't hate me, but what happens like in an hour if we just get the standard CENTCOM post? We have completed our attacks for the day. Our 8th night of attacks are complete. We struck missile sites, military logistics, and it's just the standard. And then they post a video of some things getting hit. And then there's no explanation. I'm just saying. Don't hate me. Hang on a second. I need to do this. Because I think people want to see what's going to happen. My point is, it could get maybe that could happen if there's some kind of delay. I mean, I think we've been assuming that there's going to be some kind of big response with reason, with good reason. But strictly speaking, there's been no claim made about the size of the response by the Trump administration hasn't said anything, and by CENTCOM. So I just, who knows? But we're getting to the point where it's 4:27 a.m. We're getting to the point where either they're going to start striking during the day or it won't be tonight. This is interesting. Okay. An unconfirmed report of missiles being fired towards Iran, which again I think is something that would normally happen on a night like during an attack. It's kind of weird to see this report about it. Let me show you this. Also, I don't know why they're saying Iraq's Al God channel. This is from IRNA, Iranian state media. Iraq's Al God channel reported hearing several explosions near the Kuwait-Iraq border and wrote there are reports of missiles being launched toward the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I was seeing unconfirmed reports of this a half an hour or an hour ago, and I never heard anything more about it. So I don't know what to make of that. I don't know. We usually don't see them posting stuff like that in Iran state media, but I don't know. Thank you, Michigan Blunder. Michigan said CENTCOM confirmed 17,000 targets hit the first 45 days of the war. What response could be worse than that? Iran too dug in. Well, Michigan Blunder, a question is, could they go after different types of targets? Yes, the U.S. was hitting thousands and thousands of targets, I believe tens of thousands, them in Israel in the start of the war. But for the most part, they were not going after, dual infrastructure like bridges, for example, or power plants, right? So I agree with you that if they're just sticking to, we talked about this earlier, if they're just sticking to military targets, I don't know how much there is left that hasn't been hit before, but there's a world in which they kind of switch the kind of thing they're going for. But I don't know that that's going to happen. And if you do that, then you have to expect that Iran is going to escalate in return. Thank you, Michigan Blunder, for your support. Thank you also, St. Max Boss. Crypto King, thank you. Hey, Jeff T88. I got to apologize to Jeff T88. Good to see you, Jeff T88. I got a little upset at the end of the stream last night. I was a little hangry, I think. A little cranky. So I was sorry I was cranky to you last night, Jeff T88, at the end of the stream. My bad. But it's good to see you, Jeff T88. Thanks for your support as well. And thank you again to St. Max Boss. Currently 4:30 a.m. Iran time. Is there any chance, I'm just posting this, people are going to hate me for posting it. that in that we soon get the standard CENTCOM. What do they usually say on CENTCOM? The normal post is they post at the end of the night. They say CENTCOM the standard CENTCOM finishes latest wave of strikes against Iran post. One account I follow said rockets. I think it means missiles, but I'm not seeing any reporting about it. Excalibur says does seem off tonight. Kat says Trump will say they're making a deal Sunday. Again, the only reason I'm saying this is it's just so strange that there's been so few attacks, and again, the attacks have been at night generally the last few weeks, and not to say they couldn't attack during the day, but the preference seems to be at night. And again, we're running into this. It's 4:32 a.m. I think sunrise is in half an hour. So at a certain point, I'm just thinking of alternatives to some huge attack tonight, which certainly could happen, but maybe it doesn't happen. It's 9:03. This post from Central Command was 2 hours and 46 minutes ago. Again, I don't know. Maybe there's something to the school of thought after the World Cup. Remember also, Iran has already been escalating its responses the last 2 days in Kuwait. There have been apparently, it's definite that 2 of Kuwait's desalination plants, and I believe it's 2 of their 8 major desalination plants. They have 8 major desalination plants. I believe the 2 desalination plants that have been attacked in the last 2 days by Iran are 2 of their 8. Eight desalination plants provide roughly the desalination plants. There's 8 major ones. Desalination provides 90% of their drinking water. So that happened the last 2 days. Today, Kuwait said that a vital part of their oil facilities was targeted by Iran, and significant damage was done to it. They reported multiple fires today where firefighters got injured. They have reported yesterday, Kuwait reported that multiple military sites were targeted and Kuwaiti soldiers hurt. So Iran has already been ramping up their responses. They threatened last night to start attacking non-military targets in other countries around the area that have worked with the U.S. And if the U.S. is going to really escalate, it's got to be ready for Iran to really escalate. And I don't know if that's something the U.S. wants to happen yet. That would be an argument for not a huge escalation. And that doesn't mean there won't be an attack in the future, but I'm just talking about tonight. Hey, thanks so much to United Tarps. United Tarps, that's very generous of you, United Tarps. That's very kind of you. Thanks for supporting the channel. United Tarps thinks something as massive as brewing. I feel it. The Bose family and United Tarps, thank you so much. Look, and I will say this, for those who think there's going to be some big thing that happens, one argument on that side is that we have not heard from President Trump. And it seems like something he would do, because I believe he's done it in the past, where he disappears off of social media when some big military thing is going to happen or is brewing. And we have not seen him on social media for 22 hours. 22 hours now, President Trump and counting. Nothing on Truth Social. No official statements today. A brief statement to, I guess, a News Nation reporter who happened to call him on the phone and talk for a couple minutes, it sounds like, but that's it. But something's up with that, you know. Now, Gucci Boomer thinks the U.S. is backing off. Death of service members too steep. Well, as I said before, it's maybe there was some sort of plan to do something huge and then it was reconsidered. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's being considered. Who knows what they've been talking about today? It is now 4:37 a.m. Sunrise in Bandar Abbas is in 24 minutes. It is 5:02 a.m. Sunrise in Bandar Abbas is 5:02 a.m. By the way, doesn't it start getting light before sunrise anyway? Probably getting light there right now. I'm starting to check for the CENTCOM announcement. Thanks to New Yorker 783 for your support on Twitch. Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Globestorm thinks the longer the delay, the bigger the attack. Maybe right now, maybe right this second, the Trump administration is debating how to handle this. I don't think I can change the headline. to explain that the U.S. has launched strikes to punish Iran for attacks that killed the U.S. troops, but the strikes have been very light so far, from all we can tell. Knots Out says sending in the B-2s, perhaps. Flanzy thinks they're debating targets. I will say, though, I gotta say, suppose they had some B-2s come in and suppose they launched strikes on Pickaxe Mountain, which is this nuclear site apparently that Iran has been working on for years under a mountain, which there's questions whether the U.S. munitions could really do that much to it. But if they did that, how is that? I mean, does that really read as punishing the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces? I mean, that doesn't really seem like something you do to punish the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces. I thought what we were going to see is I thought we would see a bunch of strikes on military targets like barracks and stuff. Who knows if there'd be any troops there? And that way the U.S., and it would be a lot of strikes, but maybe just, not escalatory in terms of what they're hitting, in terms of like not hitting bridges and stuff. And then they would just say, don't do it again. You know what I'm saying? And it would be like this kind of big showy thing, but without huge escalation. That's if you had asked me, that's what I thought we were going to see. Because it would do something bigger, but it would not, in theory, escalate in a way that Iran's response is that escalatory. But I was wrong about that. But that at least is something that you would make a case and say, like, look, we hit all these IRGC sites. We hit their barracks and their command and control centers and their training grounds and their whatever, you know what I'm saying? And their base here. Amy says, I hope they're not in talks again. Hey, we did talk about that earlier. I said I didn't think it would happen, but does anyone think that we'll hear something like Trump saying, I said this won't happen. I said it won't happen that you'll get a post from Trump saying we were going to do a big attack, but I've called it off because they've agreed that they want to talk. They got scared, and we're going to negotiate, and we're going to get what we want. And Jared and Witkoff are flying to Pakistan on Wednesday. I said I don't think that's going to happen in this case. I would be shocked because we're talking about the aftermath of troops getting killed. But who knows? Rob Billard says that will never happen. No, I don't think it'll happen. I would be shocked if it happened. Ian Dixon says, rule out nothing with Trump. Hang on a moment here. Bite Mode says, maybe negotiations are happening. Thank you, Bite Mode. Look, if you think Iran's goal is just to drag this out, you never know. If Iran's goal is to drag this thing out and keep dragging it out, maybe they'd be down for signing some memorandum of understanding too. Memorandum of understanding number 2. Open the strait. We get to sell some more oil. And then in a few weeks, who knows what happens with that. Thanks, Bite Mode. Thanks also, Acadiana Divinity. Acadiana Divinity. I appreciate your support. And Donna Couture. Thanks for being a member. It is 4:46 a.m. It is about 15 minutes until sunrise in Bandar Abbas. I am guessing it's getting daylight there in Iran right now. So it doesn't look like we're going to have a nighttime strike. It looks like if we're going to see some big strikes soon, they're going to be during the daytime. Mr. Giggs says, no news speaks louder than anything right now. So quiet. And it's like we haven't heard. Also, you know what you haven't heard tonight? Bahrain sirens, nothing. Kuwait sirens, nothing. I mean, that's probably that shows you there's not been a lot of attacks, right? Because that's the standard what Iran does. If U.S. attacks Iran, they're firing stuff at Bahrain, at Kuwait, at Jordan. Last night, Saudi Arabia, nothing. Haven't heard anything about it. Let's see here. We are now up to, it's 23 hours. It's been 23 hours since the last, actually, technically speaking, President Trump's most recent post was at 10:18 p.m. 23 hours. We're at 23 hours since President Trump's last True Social post. 23 hours. Could there be, I mean, if you want to get crazy, could President Trump announce something like, we've reached this big agreement to end the war? We got to get this war over, and we're going to start withdrawing our troops, but they've agreed to give us all this stuff. They've agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. They've agreed to let the IAEA come in and take the nuclear dust. Now, I don't know that any of the stuff would happen, but any chance? No, people are saying no in the chat. I think Iran would agree to that because they would just say, let's make a deal. You guys get out of here. And then we'll decide what to do later. E1991M says, it sounds like either nothing is happening or we're absolutely blowing them out of the water. We can only speculate until we hear further. That's true. Thanks, sir. Thanks, E1991. Thanks also, Sir Hankington, who says, Trump loves headlines. He will demand a big-name Iran leader be taken out so he can watch himself in the headlines on TV. Lunis says something is definitely happening. But I just do want to point out the strangeness, the very strangeness that they did post this post saying that they were launching new airstrikes, and we've heard of barely anything so far. They did post this. They did not have to post this, CENTCOM, 3 hours ago. So they did post it. Also, very interesting. No reporting, not a peep. I have heard no reporting from any kind of journalist who I'm familiar with at all about what's going on behind the scenes. There's no reporting like we heard that this is what's being considered or something. Nothing. Nothing. It is about 10 minutes until sunrise in Bandar Abbas. I have to imagine it's light there by now in Iran for the most part. He's getting missing soldier. Well, there's no information that the soldier is captured. The soldier who is reported missing in that attack, sadly, I'm guessing may be missing because they're not alive anymore, as terrible as it is to say. There's nothing about a soldier who has been captured. No reporting about that. Dave Terrapin says web silence. Jason Grimes thinks they are in discussions again. You don't even need memorandum of understanding too. You could have both sides have recommitted to the memorandum of understanding, and then the announcement is that there's going to be negotiations this week coming. I'm not saying I've heard this. I'm just saying if you think that might happen, that would be a way for it to, for the strikes to not happen, but President Trump would have a way of saying, well, we're not doing it because these negotiations are happening now. I have no idea. It's so crazy because, hold on a second. It's so crazy because because the range of things that could happen are so huge. At this point, I would not be surprised if the US launched some huge attack. And I would also not be that surprised at this point if there was some announcement that, like, oh, we're having negotiations this week. I honestly can't tell you what's going to happen. Ahmed Abdul Salam thinks there is something fishy here. It is now 4:55 p.m. Bandar Abbas sunrise is 5:02 at 4:55 a.m. Bandar Abbas sunrise is 5:02. So it's going to be light there already. Now, another thought you might have is there some kind of secret mission going on? The thing is, though, like, I don't know that there's some one person they would go after. Like, with Maduro, they went in there and they got Maduro. I don't know that it doesn't really make sense to me that to swiftly punish the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, would you go in and try to capture somebody? Doesn't really, I don't see that as as a realistic option. It seems dangerous, and it's like, what is it getting you? Matthew Curatolo says it's quiet, too quiet. If there was some option that involved capturing one person, you might say, well, maybe something's going on with special forces. I don't know that there's anything that could be going on quietly that would accomplish, like the U.S. can't sneak in and get the enriched uranium. Apparently, that's from what we've heard, buried. That would be a maybe weeks and months long operation involving heavy machinery to get that stuff. I thought there was a new CENTCOM statement because someone I follow reposted the CENTCOM thing. And I saw the new CENTCOM statement. I go, oh my gosh, there's a new CENTCOM statement, but it wasn't. It's the same ones from before. Nothing new from CENTCOM. Technic All thinks daytime shock and awe. Is there just some of you thought there's discussion with other countries? I mean, I do. Another thing I wonder is, look, if the U.S. was thinking of doing some big attack, that could have a big impact on other countries, right? I mean, Kuwait has had some significant attacks on it the last couple days. So is this the kind of thing where the U.S. wanted to do a big attack and maybe other countries in the Middle East are like, no, we don't do that? That's going to just mess up. That's going to just destroy them. It'll be total war in the Middle East. I don't know if Israel's having a say here. I would not be surprised if some of you have talked about this in the chat about other countries being involved in negotiations here. Thanks, Sif Capital LLC for being a member. Thank you. Also, Balco Bulls, who says Pentagon Pizza Tracker shows a bit of an uptick. I don't really, it's fun to look at. I'm not aware that there's really any correlation between Pentagon Pizza Tracker and military action. But in case you're wondering, I mean, there's been plenty of times Pentagon Pizza Tracker was above average and nothing happened. In case you're wondering, you can go to Penn Pizza Report at Penn Pizza Report, and they say 4 minutes ago, various pizzerias by the Pentagon are reporting above average traffic. But again, there's plenty of times that happens and nothing happens. But you can go to Penn Pizza Report and check that out. Thank you, Balco Bulls. Thank you, Jason Parent. Yes, as we've been talking about, I do think a reason for Trump to not, one reason, maybe the most likely reason that he has not said anything on Truth Social for almost 24 hours is that there's some kind of big military planning going on or military action in planning or happening. I certainly think that could be the case, or that was going to happen. Thank you, Jason Parent. I really appreciate it. Also, Safir Abdul Salam from, I think, the UAE. Is there any chance of a mushroom? I mean, no, I have not heard anything about nuclear weapons use. I can't rule anything out, but I have not heard any discussion of that, and I don't see why that would happen now. It is so quiet, crazy. Wow. Basically, we've gone through the whole night in Iran with very few strikes in Iran reported. And I mean, so really nothing reported about Iran retaliating, probably because there hasn't been much to retaliate for tonight. Wow. I assume if you're Iran, I mean, I don't know if Iran and the US are talking right now. If they're not, you might want to wait and see what happens before you retaliate. E1991M says Pete Hegseth said last year in an article they're aware of the pizza tracker and do stuff to throw it off. I don't know if he did say that. I don't know if he's joking or whatever. So I have no idea. But thank you, E1991M. I appreciate it, E1991M. Thank you. Peter Dodge says we are taking Carg Island. If there was, I would be shocked if there was some kind of huge U.S. military activity involving Carg Island or something, and we just heard nothing about it. I'm guessing you would hear explosions and people, you'd hear uh, about explosions being heard by civilians and stuff. I mean, who knows? Who knows? You never know. Maybe they could do it in some. Lots of people live on Carg Island, by the way. So, and I'm sure Iran is, that's something where they're aware of it. I would be shocked to hear about some kind of big movement of troops. Also, that's something that you wouldn't. I don't think you'd plan that in a day. I don't think that'd be something like, oh, hey, we had a couple troops die in Jordan. Let's in 10 hours later take Carg Island. I mean, I would think it would involve some preparation. But who knows? Maybe they were prepared for it anyway. I don't know. My point is, I have a hard time thinking something like that would happen with no knowledge of it getting out. That I mean, I would think you'd hear something about it. There were reports from Carg Island earlier from state media saying they had talked to people on, because there were apparently, I can't say for sure, but apparently there were rumors tonight of stuff in Carg Island, and then state media said no, nothing's going on there. We talked to people there. I think now you might say they're lying or something, but I just doesn't feel realistic to me. It's amazing. I mean, really, that we haven't heard of anything since the six or so explosions on Ketchum Island, which again is pretty run of the mill for a normal night of attacks. That's just one thing, but that was at 3:40. That was at an hour and 25 minutes ago. All right, sunrise has already now happened in Bandar Abbas. The sun is up. In Tehran, sunrise was 5:03. Sun is up, and basically the sun is up in Iran, maybe not everywhere. Bandar Abbas, sun is up. Tehran, the sun is up. It is not nighttime there anymore, guys. The sun is up. How about that? I didn't think that would happen. Wow, there is really no information about what's going on here. Unbelievable. Ben Walton says, I bet Trump got scared. I thought that if you had told me we'd get to sunrise and there'd be this few attacks, I would not have believed you. Best Buddy Production says, I thought they might invade an island at sunrise. The oil markets don't open until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Jerry Kovac says, news blackout. Yeah, I saw that post. Debbie mentioned the Trey Yingst post before, and I had reposted Trey's post. Trey said 2 hours ago, heavy U.S. strikes are now targeting Iran. But maybe he was told that, but I don't have evidence that that's actually happened. Justin Woodward says people should temper their expectations until we get more details. Misfit Studio thinks it's unfolding now. Where? Misfit Studio, those posts are from like 40 minutes ago that you sent me. I don't even know if they're from today. I didn't see them. I'm looking at FARS right now. I don't see anything about those. I'll also say normally on the night, when did it come out? When last night did they put out their strikes are done announcement? Last night that came out at last night they said they finished at 9:30 p.m. and then they posted at 9:39 p.m. last night that they were done with the strikes for the night. It is now 9:38 p.m. Eastern Time. William Fredericks thinks Iran is taking a beating and finally realizing it. They're finally realizing it. Iran is on the phone with Trump. I keep checking for a post from Trump or a post from Central Command at this point. Hey, thanks to Captain Jenks for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Captain Jenks. Thank you so much. Also, Brit Sleeps a Lot, who says, as a military spouse and veteran, I feel so out of the loop. Thanks to you and your spouse for your service. Brit Sleeps a Lot. Thank you. Oh, I think I missed a donation from United Tarps. I apologize, Abyss. I hope United Tarps is still around. United Tarps, thank you. United Tarps says, Big Buggy does not drive in the rain. Tell him he is scared. Trump will strike in the daylight to show them who is boss. That's very generous of you, United Tarps. Thank you. So United Tarps thinks that Trump will strike in the daylight to show who's boss. So, if you're just joining us, there have barely been any attacks that we can tell of during tonight's attacks, and it's now morning time in Iran. And we were expecting bigger than the usual attacks because the U.S. said that it was going to punish Iranian Revolutionary Guard for the attack on Jordan, on U.S. troops in Jordan on Friday that killed 2 U.S. troops, with one missing and others injured. And instead, what's happened is hardly any attacks that we've heard of in Iran during the evening. Barely anything. And it is now the morning there. It's past sunrise in most, if not, I would think most, if not all of Iran. Certainly in Tehran and Bandar Abbas. So we don't know what's going on. One of our viewers, BSH Blue said, but the window is still open. Technically speaking, CENTCOM has not said yet that they are done. Something certainly seems to be up. President Trump has not posted on social media for close to 24 hours. Danny thinks Trump won't strike during the day. Civilian lies will be too high. Trump won't want that. Also, remember, the World Cup final is tomorrow and Trump in the afternoon, and Trump is supposed to be attending it. Sleepy Hamster says something is brewing. I think we will hear after the bombers have left. Thanks, Brooke Ruff. She says, random, but remember the guy posted the planes with that song that says no one sleeps, maybe because they'd be awake scared all night. Thank you, Brooke Ruff, for your support. I appreciate that, Brooke. Also, thanks Yamina Khan, who thinks today is Power Plant Day. That's what Yamina Khan thinks. It is now 5:14 a.m. I am not seeing anything new from Iranian state media at this point. I'm checking for updates. Christopher Walker says 24 hours, that is a national emergency. Is he all right? He talked to a reporter briefly today from News Nation this afternoon. It was also weird today with the press pool. The press pool didn't even go to Bedminster like they were supposed to. Normally, the press pool would go to Bedminster, and they just kept delaying it, and then they just said, "Don't come." They said a lid. So Captain Jenks thinks Trump has been in the war room all day. Susan Montero says it's odd that they are quiet also. I just remember back to when the U.S. was trying to recover that pilot, how quiet everything was. ZK says he hasn't been tweeting out random stuff. I mean, I have a hard time thinking they would do this, and I'm not sure why they would really do it. Is there a world in which they go send special forces to attack the supreme leader or something? I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what is that going to do for you? Well, how does that really change? It just seems like it's putting troops in harm's way and not really changing the equation much, and then inviting some kind of escalation from Iran. I just have a hard time. I was trying to think, is there some kind of quiet operation that could be going on? I just don't know that that really makes any sense. Hey, Crypto King, thanks for shouting out our mods and your support. Thank you, Crypto King. And thanks to our moderators, Haley Girl, Bite Mode, Beth Mythical, and Ruth. Ruth, all there in our YouTube chat. Big thanks. Kay Lowry Body, Darren Charlo, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Andrea Holder. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch. Idaho Star. No, I got that fire. Sarah, thank you. Kendra Fox, thank you for your support as well. Big Dog Gaming as well. Fru Kartoffine as well over on Twitch. Wow, this is quite something. No one knows what's going to happen. Hold on. What's this? No, that's nothing. North Idaho Hillbilly thinks Trump rage has been activated. Devil Doc says something big is going to happen. What I need to do, I need to take 1 minute. I need 1 minute. I'm going to be back in a minute. Hopefully I don't miss anything during my 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Hang on here. Nothing new from CENTCOM. Nothing new from President Trump. Nothing new from Iranian media. Nothing is happening. What is happening here? It's now 5:20 a.m. It's daylight in Iran. Steph Brunk says they had to be looking for the missing soldier. But again, I think the soldier is missing. This is in Jordan. I'm not aware that any Iranian soldiers were in Jordan to take anybody custody. The missing soldier was missing after the attack in Jordan by missiles and drones. It doesn't make sense to me that the person would be missing somehow in Iranian custody. Josh says this is all very strange. This is very strange. I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Oh, I didn't see this. Harold Waffles mentioned somebody else who spoke to President Trump from the New York Post, Caitlin Dornbos. Caitlin Dornbos said that she spoke to Trump tonight, I guess several, as the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes against Iran. He said U.S. troops died because they don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. It just shows you how bad the Iranians are, he said. He also defended the war after Democrats blamed him for the troops' deaths. Have you ever asked how many people died in Vietnam? Have you ever asked how many people died in Afghanistan in one day, run by sleepy Joe Biden? It seems like what happened today is a couple reporters called Trump and they got through briefly and they talked to him and asked him a couple questions. So that was from, thanks Harold Waffles. Caitlin Dornbos with the New York Post. That's what he said to her. Oh, he also said, this is two wars we're talking about, Venezuela and this, and it's a shame the troops died, but in this case, they died because they don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon and they don't want to see the Middle East blown up. When asked whether he planned to contact the families of the two fallen service members, Trump said, "Of course I will. I always do." Very odd that, again, a couple reporters managed to reach him today. And looks like they both had these short conversations with him. If I had the number, I would call. Hold on. I'll post that. Well, so one reporter for the New York Post, Caitlin Dornbos, she talked to Trump for a little bit. I mean, what he said doesn't really shed light on what's going on and what's happening right now. That to me, he didn't say what they're going to do. And it's so odd. There's no statement from President Trump on social media, nothing from the White House, but it appears that he took the calls from a couple reporters today. And the other one I posted earlier, I forgot who that was. That was Hannah Brandt of News Nation. Give me one moment. Thanks for sending that in to our viewer. The viewer messaged me about it. Hey, thanks so much to Louis R. Wow, Louis, thank you so much. Louis wants me to find the phone number. I want somebody to find the President Trump's phone number. If I had it, I'd call and check in. Although I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like, I think it's great that the reporters could get a quote from him, but it doesn't seem like it was very revelatory what he said about what's going to happen. Thank you, Louis R. That's very generous of you. I really appreciate all your support. Louis R., thank you. Also, the UNQ80, thanks for being a member. Dana68021, thanks for being a member. Randy RDS, thank you so much for your support. Rick Sanchez, thank you for your support. AFK Alien says, very mysterious situation tonight. This is indeed mysterious. This is very mysterious. We are now at 3 hours and 41 minutes after CENTCOM posted that post saying that they were launching new airstrikes. And there's been barely any reporting of airstrikes. G Slayer thinks there's big news coming soon. A poll? Will CENTCOM say strikes are done for night without more strikes? How about that? Because that's what the possibility I was raising before. Dabney says CENTCOM just needs to shut up. Why telegraph everything on social friggin' media? That's what Dabney said. Hold on a second. Let's get you the result of the poll. Okay, so here is you guys thinking about the poll. There you are. Thinking. Thanks to JJ Pelzinski. Thanks, JJ, for your support. All right, let's see what you guys think. I said, will CENTCOM announce the strikes are over for the night without more strikes? On YouTube, 60% say, 60% say no, 40% say yes. The votes just coming in on Facebook. So far, everybody on Facebook has said no. How about Twitch? Twitch is close. 53% no, 47% yes. So no is winning, but there's a sizable minority that says yes. Now, a better version of the question would have been without like major strikes. That was really more my intention, not like if there's like a few strikes somewhere, but that's how I asked it. So, anyways, all right, let me go check what's happening. Thanks for voting in our poll. On Facebook, everybody voted no. Shin says 3 explosions in Keshem Island. And again, that could be happening. That's the kind of thing we would normally expect to happen many times. That doesn't mean there's some big attack going on. That's just like a very little part of what normally happens during these attack nights. Now, I haven't seen that report anywhere else myself, by the way. I'm not seeing it yet from, I don't see it from Iranian state media. I don't see it from Vahid. So it might be true, but I don't know. Now, the other theory would be is that there'll be a few strikes, and then the U.S. will say, that was it. That's the last one. We're done. Interesting post. I have a post from the Iranian, I think it's the military here. Iranian Armed Forces Commander Post. Let's read this. This was just posted by Iranian State TV. A post from the Iranian Armed Forces Commander. What does he say? What does he say? Commander of Katamalan Bia Central Headquarters. This is the Iranian Armed Forces commander. Warns the cunning American enemy armed forces will give a devastating response to any barbarity. Says, following the glorious path of the martyred leader of the nation, the high-ranking martyrs of Islamic Iran and the resistance front, we once again pledge with the wise leader of the Islamic Revolution, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. May God protect him to make his clear and enlightened message about protecting the ideals and revolution sacred. I'm kind of just going through this stuff here. And to use all our strength capacity for the, wait, that's fine. We don't, paragraph 1, nothing really big and new. By following the orders and measures of our great leader and commander, clearer than our lives. And we also remind the great devil and criminal. We also remind the great devil and criminal, covenant-breaking and cunning American enemy that any greed, bullying, totalitarianism, and barbarity will be met with a decisive and devastating response from the faithful, brave, and powerful warriors in the armed forces, and we will impose heavier costs on them than the second and third imposed wars. The defense authority of our beloved country, on the one hand, is a solid support for the peace, security, blah, 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 blah. All right, fine. Following successive defeats in the military war, the enemy camp has taken pleasure in creating divisions and between the people and the authorities because in the defeat of the great devil, the criminal America depends on internal cohesion, and serious confrontation with this evil conspiracy to disappoint the enemy is essential and necessary for everyone. I'm not going to really worry about parsing that. Okay, I don't really see any kind of big new announcement here. I don't really see any kind of huge new announcement there. They're just saying that it's anti-U.S. They say that they will strike back hard if the U.S. takes action against them, at least for the moment. In my quick reading of it, I didn't see anything huge. Now, it's interesting as to why they're coming out with that now. This is being posted on the different, all the different Iranian major state media sites I'm seeing here are reporting that post. They have that post now. But I mean, when I look at it, it doesn't seem like I can't really read that much into it. Here's the, what did I do here? What did I do? Hang on. What did I do? I did something. Hang on. Oh, I know what I did. I have to fix something. I think. Ah, that's what I did. That was silly. Oh no, I don't want that. Bear with me one more second here. Bear with me a second. I just have to fix something. I just have to fix something. I'm sorry. I just have to fix something. Let's see if this works. Okay. Why is this acting all fidgety? Okay. Thanks for your patience. I think I did it. What I need to do to fix something. Okay. Yeah, I don't really see much huge in that. Oh, I know what I have to do. I'm sorry. I need one more second. I need one more second here. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Do it this way. That's better. I'm just fixing something that I need to fix so I can show you guys stuff. Okay, I did it. It's fixed now. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know why this message was posted right now from the Iranian army. I didn't really see much new in there that was very distinct. Basically saying they'll respond if the U.S. treats Iran badly. In the second paragraph, any greed, bullying, totalitarianism, and barbarity will be met by a decisive and devastating response from the faithful, brave, and powerful warriors in the armed forces, and we will impose heavier costs on them than the second and third imposed wars. Again, I don't know that that's anything really huge. I'm not aware that, I'm not seeing a huge announcement there. It is right now 5:40 a.m. There is still no announcement from CENTCOM. There is still no post from President Trump. Some of our viewers think someone took Trump's phone away from him so he couldn't post. What's happening, guys? We are almost 4 hours after Central Command posted this, that they were launching strikes against Iran. Very few strikes appear to have actually happened tonight. And I don't think we've seen anything that would be something where you'd interpret it as them striking to punish the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Sandra Strickland thinks Trump is in the situation room. Oh, in case you're wondering about, I think maybe one of the only strikes we're heard about tonight is Keshem Island. Well, in case you're wondering about Keshem Island, I can't confirm this is all happening, but Iran state media Tasnim did put out a report saying life in Keshem Island continues uninterrupted. Maritime traffic continues without interruption, while the attacks by the American-Israeli enemy continue with the aim of damaging transportation infrastructure and disrupting the movement of people. Maritime services on Keshem Island are operating continuously. Passenger traffic is on this pier is operating as usual and stable. The ferry is operating normally. Vehicular transportation between Keshem and the mainland is operating normally, it looks like. Life in Keshem Island continues uninterrupted. Oopsie, that didn't help. That's not what I want to do. Anyways, I mean, just as an example of how at the moment we're not hearing about huge attacks, and you can see that Iran state media says life in Keshem Island continues uninterrupted. And they're like the only, I think that that might be the only place we have a confirmed attack tonight is Keshem Island. Thank you, Dina Andrews. Thank you so much, Dina. Or Deanna. Thank you. Also, Moya AN97 says maybe the UK also requested extradition on President Trump, and he's going with the Tates. Thank you so much, Moya. Jim Sween says Iran military wants its citizens to believe they are in control. It is now just about, in a few seconds, it'll be 4 hours since Central Command posted that post. Tiger says at this rate, it could drag on for years. I do think a very interesting possibility is that there may have been some change of plans. Um, it seems to me there's a, I mean, I maybe I'm wrong. I feel like when they posted this, I do not think when they posted this, they intended to post this for only a few strikes on Keshem Island. So the question is, what was the plan when they posted this? And has there been a plan change? I have a hard time thinking that if this was all that was going to happen, they would post this for that. Now, there could be something coming, or maybe there's been some sort of change of plan. Still Kicking says, curiouser and curiouser. Scout says, it takes a while for B-2 bombers to get over there. But what are they doing? Again, like, attacking Pickaxe Mountain. I don't, a nuclear site in development. I don't see how that necessarily punishes the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The YOLO Life says, if we told Iran what's going on, they will up their defenses. Something big is coming and no one knows about it. Glue Man says, we're monitoring the situation. Fluoro7 says, veteran with a kid in the Army. Thanks for your service and your child service. Fluoro7. Fluoro7 says, they need to stop the killing. Thank you so much, Fluoro7. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers, by the way, who subscribe over there on Facebook. By the way, speaking of Facebook, no, we're not at. Well, Facebook, in about 20 minutes, on about 20 minutes, the Facebook stream will have to be restarted because Facebook has an 8-hour limit. So if you're watching on Facebook, just know that in about 20 minutes, I'll have to restart the stream on Facebook. That's a Facebook thing. Everybody else is fine. But thanks to Dolly Clark, K. Larry Body, and our other subscribers over there, Kristen McConnell Gates, and our other subscribers on Facebook, and our Twitch subscribers. Shout out again to you. Hold on. Yates Sonos, Video Mans, Meat Missile, Dark Cloud, Ninja Baseball Batman, Glue Man, Pucker War, Ginger XXL, Wall Street, Sarah, Devil Doc, Link to the Jake, thank you. Ginger XXL, I think I said that already. Hugh J, thank you. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. I see some people got the hold on emoji going there, or emote, that is. And also our YouTube members, Eric Johnson, GPV80, Leah MP Mooney, Liam P. Mooney, Supernove 40G, TYS 4095, Gregory Scherer, Roy 1822, Evelyn in Maine, Animal Audio Quest, Rocket J Squirrel, Michelle Bailey, Gregory Scherer, CAC A13, Dean R, Eliza Jane, all of our other members over there as well. RXDO, Julia, thank you for being members. Thanks, History Honk, for your support as well. Family B says, is Israel going to get involved? Some of our viewers thought if it was a big strike, they thought Israel might get involved. I mean, that would be a big escalation. So there would have to be a big reason for them to get involved. I don't think that's something the U.S. would want to do lightly. Thanks, Train Finder Craig, for being a member as well. Thank you. Yeah, there's just nothing. I mean, it's really interesting. Not hearing any reports of strikes right now in Iran. I haven't heard all night of any kind of Iranian retaliation. No sirens in Bahrain. Has JD Vance posted today? I haven't seen it. I'll check again. Could have missed it. No, JD Vance has not posted today. Vario thinks Israel is involved with intelligence. Daniel Shahar thinks Israel wants to join the war, but the U.S. is holding them back. Ron Lolordo says cliffhanger. RXDO says not a chance, we are backing down. Bob Canoe, thank you. Thanks, Bob. Thinks we need to reload, evaluate priority targets for a solid Wednesday night attack. Dumb Not Dupid says, I bet Iran is waiting for the all clear as well. It is now over 24 hours since President Trump posted anything on Truth Social. It is over 24 hours since President Trump's last Truth Social post. He talked to a couple of reporters today. I guess when they called him. Kajerski says, when was the last time he went 24 without posting? That I don't know. That I do not know. Rick Sanchez says entire country is left in suspense. Thank you. Kojak is back. Kojak is back. Thinks we have been bombing since February. It hasn't worked. More of the same won't work either. Thank you, Robert E630 for your support. Robert says, I hope our pilots are safe. This feels like the last time. This feels like last time there was a shoot down, when there was a shoot down. Yeah, I mean, I remember the shoot down. We were waiting with no news for a while. We were talking about that earlier. Thanks, Gill and Company. So, Gil, with the shoot down, I remember that overnight, like early in the morning, it started getting reported. And then I think what happened with the shoot down is like maybe around 24 hours after it was first started here, we first started hearing about it. That's when they got the person. I don't remember that's the timing I remember, is that it was late at night and then it started appearing in Iranian media that there was some plane, but people weren't really in the America paying attention to it that much. Then by the next morning, people were paying attention to it. And then I think it was late night that night. But I don't remember what his posting schedule was. But Gil, I don't know if you're asking about the delay between when the person was found, the pilot, and when they reported that. That I don't know. Because President Trump, I think he posted about it. So, I mean, you might say, is he there watching something and waiting to post about it? I guess he could be. It's just I have a hard time thinking that there's some huge military action going on that we have no idea about what it is, unless it's some kind of very specific thing. Why would some specific target be the response to punish the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces? Rich Webb says things are negotiating another ceasefire. We've talked about that possibility too, that there could be negotiating. Thank you again, Gill and Company. I've seen some talk recently on social media where some people saying there might have been an earthquake in Iran. Iran is very seismically active. There's earthquakes there all the time. And I just checked EMSC and I don't see any big earthquakes posted there. I'm not aware of one. But again, Iran is very seismically active. I think it's one of the most seismically active countries. Yes, Wikipedia says Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the world, being crossed by several major faults that cover at least 90% of the country. As a result, earthquakes in Iran occur often and are destructive. So it would not be a surprise. Oh, I see it right now. I can see it. They just have it here. There was a felt earthquake in Iran, 4.9 in western 4.9 in western Iran 6 minutes ago. A 4.9 in western Iran 6 minutes ago. That's from EMSC. Why is it not? Here, let me show you. I have it right here for you. Now, from my understanding, uh, wait, that's how far away? That's it looks like it's sort of near Iraq, isn't it? Let me see. It says here north of Avaz. It says north of Avaz, a 5.0. Again, earthquakes happen all the time in Iran. Let me show you on a map where this is. North of between Avaz and Karamabad. So here, hang on. This is where we're talking about. So there's Iran right there. And then up here, Western Iran, between Avaz and Karamabad? Where's Karamabad? I don't know. Oh, here. Yeah, so we're talking about right around where my pointer is here. If you're wondering, I mean, earthquakes happen there all the time. My understanding, if there's some kind of weird situation where an earthquake happens and it's not a natural earthquake, I think that the scientists can tell that pretty quickly. I have not heard any reporting about that. And I'm not aware of anything particularly sensitive that supposedly is here. So, but again, earthquakes, as I mentioned, it's one of the most seismically active countries in the world. But at this sensitive time, I am passing along that EMSC reports a 5.0 earthquake in Western Iran. Here's the information about it right here. 4.9 now they're saying in Western Iran, a 4.9 earthquake. 9 minutes ago. 9 minutes ago. I guess, did Vahid post some messages about this? Hold on. Yes, Vahid online mentioned about 10 minutes ago that he got a number of reports of people who said there was an earthquake. A bunch of people from the region wrote to Vahid online and said that there was an earthquake there. They said some people said that the ground shook. They said, one person said the house was shaking for about 10 to 15 seconds. One person said there was no explosion, it was like an earthquake. Another person told Vahid it just shook, it was like an earthquake. So again, the people writing to Vahid are not saying there was an explosion. They're saying that it felt to them, there was shaking and it felt to them like an earthquake. Now, what is this? There's a statement from, I'm not aware that stuff was targeted in Kuwait newly, but there is a new statement from the Iranian army, which is interesting. Statement from the Iranian army, and it says, hold on, I'll show you, that Iran targeted a couple bases in Kuwait. Now, I haven't heard about sirens in Kuwait or anything. This could have happened overnight. So they say In response to the enemy's repeated aggressions, the martyrdom of our dear compatriots, and attacks on bridges, infrastructure, and civilian areas hours earlier, in the 16th phase of the Operation Lightning, the Islamic Republic of Iran's army targeted the U.S. terrorist army's ammunition depot at Camp al-Diri, as well as the Patriot radar and air radar of this aggressive army at the Ali al-Salem base in Kuwait, with massive attacks by its destructive drones. Now, I don't know if this happened tonight. It might have happened tonight. This would be something that Iran would say on a normal night. They would post out a number of these. They would post a number of these posts about different attacks they did. Al-Udiri camp is one of the important bases of the American terrorist army in the region, located 104 kilometers from the border of Iran, and is an important center for supporting and reorganizing American forces. Disruption of the operation of this base will have a significant impact on the Army's support operations in the region. That Ali al-Salem Air Base is also an important base, the main air transport hub, and the gateway for military forces in the West Asian region, which plays a pivotal role in the military and logistical strategy of the aggressive U.S. Army in the region. So again, I don't know if Iran really attacked these two bases tonight, and if they did, how successful they were. But they did just announce it on. That's from state TV, but it's posted a couple different places in Iranian state media. Steve Carlson says 4.9 earthquake is small. You can feel it, but it's nothing to be concerned about. Trust me, I live in SoCal. Oh, there is a missile attack. There is a new missile attack sometime tonight that was reported. Look, this is from IRNA. IRNA says that at some point tonight, U.S. missile attack near Shahdegan confirmed. Khuzestan province. The Valiola Hayati, deputy head of security and law enforcement at the Khuzestan governorate, said following the U.S. missile aggression and invasion. Now, I think invasion just means attack. It doesn't mean actually invading the ground forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, or maybe with airplanes. A point around the city of Shahdegan was hit. He said there were no casualties and the area is under control. So I can show you on a map where that is. I don't know that we heard about that. That's saying that there was overnight a missile strike in western Iran. Shahdegan, which is here. Oops, you can't see it. Now you can see it. Shahdegan. North of the western end of the Persian Gulf. That's in Khuzestan province. There have been a lot of U.S. strikes in Khuzestan province during the week. I don't know what was hit or aimed for here, but we hadn't even heard about that. Crazy Yoda thinks there'll be lots of sleepless nights following. Thanks, Pucker War on Twitch, for your support. Where is hold on a second here. Hey, if you're watching on did Facebook stream in? Facebook viewers, are we still live on Facebook? Hey, for those watching on Facebook, Facebook has an 8-hour limit. So we're going to have to start, in a second, I'm going to have to, on Facebook only, restart the stream. Okay, so if you're watching on Facebook, at some point shortly, we'll reach 8 hours on Facebook and I'll just have to restart a new stream on Facebook. Wow, it is now, where's the clock? It's now 6:12 a.m. Iran time. Barely any attacks overnight. No word from CENTCOM. Oh, interesting. Denise mentioned that Trump, Pastor Mark Burns says Trump was at his home today. Pastor Mark Burns did post that he was with Trump today at his home in Bedminster. So I guess that was some of the day. So he wasn't in the Situation Room all day. Thanks to our viewer who mentioned that, Denise. Thank you, Denise, for mentioning that. Is it possible CENTCOM decided to not have a closing statement or forgot? Zeppelin said, I don't think so. I think we'll get something from them because they've done it every night. Midtown Mike thinks they'll say something when finished, which they have not said yet. What if there's been big arguments going on about what to do? Maybe there's been some big debates. Oh, Bandar Abbas was hit. New reports of 3 explosions in Bandar Abbas reported about 5 minutes ago via Vahid Online. Vahid got reports of explosions, of several explosions in Bandar Abbas about 5 minutes ago. Reports from Vahid of several explosions in Bandar Abbas a few minutes ago. So again, it looks like now, from what people are saying to Vahid, 2 or 3 explosions. One person said they've never attacked at this time of day. Looks like maybe 2 or 3 explosions in Bandar Abbas, according to Vahid. Now, the strike in Shahdagan in Khuzestan province happened about 20 minutes ago. There was a U.S. airstrike in Shahdagan in Khuzestan province about 20 minutes ago. Then about 5 minutes ago, apparently, strikes in Bandar Abbas. None of this is anything really different than what we'd expect to see on a normal night, and certainly not as much as we'd expect to see on a normal night. Yeah, normal strikes, says Jigar Raval. So nothing out of the ordinary. I wonder if more strikes are coming or they're just going to say that's it. Shahdagan is over here, and Bandar Abbas is here, near the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, I got to restart Facebook. Let me restart Facebook. Give me a moment here. Guys, give me a moment. I am restarting Facebook. One moment. One moment. We should be live on Facebook now. Shin claims there were 2 explosions in Keshem Island. Now, I also don't know. It's possible that people in Keshem heard the explosions in Bandar Abbas. So that's not confirmed. 2 explosions in Keshem Island. But again, none of this is anything beyond the normal that we'd have on a normal night. And it's still much less so far than we'd have on a normal night. It's interesting. This is during the daytime, however. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, by the way, thanks so much to German Butcher for the memberships. German Butcher gave 10 people memberships. Thank you, German Butcher. That's very nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership, like German Butcher. Mitz, who I think is in Kuwait, Mitz says, no sirens heard in Kuwait. Mitz tu Lunad, thank you. Now, Iran did say that it attacked a couple of U.S. bases in Kuwait during the evening. I don't know that that's true, but there were no sirens that were reported in Kuwait that we heard about. Here's something about Keshem Island. Now, I wonder if this is the Bandar Abbas explosions people heard. Oops, I had a typo in my post. Update that. Yeah, I do wonder if what happened is that Keshem got attacked again and people in Bandar Abbas heard it. Bandar Abbas heard it. Because here is what is being posted on Iran state media. Tasneem. U.S. fighter jets attack areas in Keshem Island again. 2 explosions were heard. Report from Tasneem's correspondent in Keshem at 6:10 a.m. Yes, that's the time that the explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas. So I think that's what it was. It was just Keshem Island again. I'm going to delete the Keshem Island post. Well, I'll leave it there. At 6:10 a.m. this morning, U.S. fighter jets attacked areas in Keshem Island again. According to initial reports, at least 2 explosions were heard in various parts of the island following parts of the attack. Field investigations are underway to determine the exact locations of the impacts, the extent of the damage, and any potential casualties. Operational rescue and security forces have immediately been deployed to the affected areas and are assessing the scope of the attack. Further details will be provided after the field investigations are completed and announced by relevant authorities. This attack came after U.S. fighter jets attacked various locations on Keshem Island in the past few hours, firing several missiles and causing damage to some areas. Iran state media, Tasneem, says the U.S. attacked Keshem Island again. 2 explosions were heard at 6:10 a.m. Unclear if these were the explosions heard in Bandar Abbas around the same time. Okay. Yeah, so again, that's not really a huge thing. I mean, normally we'd hear about all kinds of attacks like that. We've heard about really, I don't know that we heard about one strike in Shadagan, Khuzestan province. I mean, aside from the attacks on Keshem Island tonight, some different airstrikes, we really haven't heard about much at all. This is during the day now, of course. It's 6:24 a.m. there. I'm wondering if you're going to very soon get a post from CENTCOM saying we're done for the night. I don't know. SIF Capital thinks there's way more happening than we're aware of. Thanks, Ann Ryan, for being a member over there, and Claudiot on YouTube, and Austin Batman and Joe Gray. Bringing you the latest updates here. Is it possible that we might end up with me having to make food because it's been so long? We've been on over 8 hours. Birdman thinks the war is over. Our viewer, I was trying to read the comment here. Yol after Tahor thinks war planning is the only thing happening now and it's going on for tomorrow night. Brit says maybe they are waiting for more assets to come in and strike tomorrow. Maybe what I should have done here is put both posts up there. Hold on. I can make this smaller. Can I? And then, give me, what is the other one here? I don't think I'm going to be able to fit both of them on there. Well, if I do it that way, and I do it this way, I'm not going to worry about it. I assume you know this, but if you didn't know, CENTCOM had announced that 2 U.S. service members were killed and 1 is missing after a Iranian ballistic missile and drone attack. After Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks in Jordan on yesterday, July 17th. Also, 4 U.S. service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals and have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have been returned to duty. And the U.S. announced that at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, they had begun launching new airstrikes against Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. The strikes are designed to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. And there have been very few strikes, and nothing that seems out of the ordinary. It's been very few strikes of the kind they would normally do during the past 7 nights before this, and nothing really different, and certainly less than the normal night. And also, President Trump has not posted on Truth Social for over 24 hours. And by the way, he hasn't posted on Truth Social, and also there's been no statement for him. Remember, the news about the soldiers came out. CENTCOM posted that news about the soldiers dying at, what was it, like 1:30 p.m. or something? Yeah, CENTCOM posted that at 1:21 p.m. And it is now 11:01 p.m. and President Trump has not posted or released an official statement about it. Jewish Pickles wants updates. No, President Trump did not post on Truth Social 45 minutes ago. He has not posted in over a day. Thank you so much, G2TFL. G2TFL, Atat Gitil, thank you, who thinks the U.S. military is having a run silent, run deep moment. I believe Iran will suffer horrific strikes in the near future. That's what our viewer G2TFL thinks. G2TFL, thank you so much for your support. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Aaron Sellers, thanks for becoming a member. Aaron Sellers. Thanks, Constant Dew Drinker, who says, what is left for us to bomb? Well, I mean, the U.S. has started the last couple of days bombing things like bridges, which they hadn't before. So I don't know if they're thinking about targets like that they haven't been going after before, and not just military targets, for example, but I don't know. And also Pickaxe Mountain, the nuclear facility that's under a mountain. President Trump said that could be hit. Oh, where's the clock? The clock is gone. There you go. The clock is back. It's 6:33 Iran time. I don't know why I didn't have the clock up there. 6:33 a.m. Iran time. I need 1 minute. I'm going to take 1 minute here. I'm going to have to get some more water soon. That's how long we've been on the air. Amazing. I think I'm going to grab some more. All right. I need a minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We'll continue our live coverage. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on. All right. So do we have anything new here? I haven't seen it. It's now 6:40 Iran time. Guys, it's 6:40. It's also almost 5 hours after that message was posted by US Central Command, with very few strikes that came after. What's this? Oh. Okay. Now. Let's see here. Am I seeing posts from the Iran accounts? Yes. There's plenty of posts from the Iran state media accounts and others I follow who talk about Iran. So E1991 is wondering, E1991M is wondering if there were power communications outages which caused, so that we've got a number of questions like this right now. Is it possible that attacks are happening, but power and communications is out, so we don't know about them? I can't imagine that's happening. I've heard nothing about it. There's nothing about the internet we're not working. There's nothing about power outages. All Iranian media outlets are posting like they normally would be. People like Vahid are getting updates from Iran like they normally would be. So there's no evidence that anything like that is going on. So I understand the question, but I see absolutely no evidence that something like that is happening. So E1991M, I mean, best I can tell, there's been nothing major. Maybe there's some kind of quiet activity that's going on that we don't know about. But I have a hard time thinking there's some major explosions in places and that nobody's reporting on it. Hang on a second here. Thank you also, Meganarianism. Thank you, Meganarianism, for your support. And thank you, Mad Bubbles, for your support for being a member. Yeah, this is, I mean, what can I tell you guys? There's just no updates right now. FJ claims interesting events in Iran the last cover of a couple of hours. I don't know what FJ is referring to. I follow FJ, but I don't know what FJ is hearing about. No, no videos or photos of anything. I don't have anything I'm holding back from you guys. We just have to accept that there's very little news right now, and it's very unclear what's going on. Chris F says, is the pause a simmer or a rolling boil? I think people are getting a bit antsy, and I understand that, but there's just not much going on to tell you about. Crude oil is not, market is closed until tomorrow. App L says, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we hear they want to talk. FJ thinks there's a reason why there hasn't been a statement from CENTCOM in the last few hours, but expect one soon, although I'm not sure if it will reveal everything just yet. I don't know what to say. I mean, there's something that's going on, right? There's something that's happening. Something is definitely happening. I just have no idea. Package Peeper says, I think there's a peace deal being talked about. Nope, no post from Trump. Nothing from Trump for over 24 hours. Last year, when the bombers left the U.S. to fly to Iran to bomb nuclear sites there, it took roughly 18 hours to get each way. I don't really know why bombing, like, say, Pickaxe Mountain, would be seen as swiftly punishing Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces, but who knows? Shannon Markham says it appears to be a blackout. You mean of any kind of news? Jose thinks the silence could be an indication that a coup might be coming. You mean in Iran? Thank you, Tracer Bullet, who thinks Trump's going to be talking to them in a language they understand, blowing stuff up. That's what Tracer Bullet says. Thank you, Tracer Bullet. Thanks also, Chris F. 6446. Thanks, Chris. Also, Bruce McGinnis. Thanks, Bruce McGinnis. In a few minutes, I'm going to keep the stream going, but in a few minutes, I'm going to have to put some food in. I'm going to have to. You know, what can I do in a few minutes? It's now 11:21 Eastern time. It's 11:21 Eastern time, guys. 11:21. But we're going to keep the stream going. In a couple minutes, I'll go put the food in the air fryer. I mean, I feel like there's going to be some sort of statement, and it's not going to be at 3 in the morning. That's what now I might be wrong. Maybe they'll wait by 3 until 3 in the morning. I'm surprised there hasn't been some sort of statement already. Faceless Man says maybe there will be another B-2 strike. I also wonder if maybe some reporters are hearing stuff they can't report. If reporters were hearing about some U.S. operation or something, a lot of reporters have been very silent the last few hours. I mean, it is late. It is 11:23 p.m. But I also wonder if did some reporters maybe hear what the U.S. might do and they feel like, well, we can't talk about it. By the way, Axios is reporting that there have been 4 different Iranian missile attacks that hit U.S. forces on bases in Jordan over the last week, which is similar to what the New York Times said. The official expressed concern the 4 incidents signal that Iran has managed to exploit vulnerabilities in the U.S. defenses in Jordan. That's interesting. That's from Axios. Again, Axios says, and dozens of U.S. service members were wounded in the attacks, and several helicopters were destroyed. Okay, so that's similar to other reports we've heard that dozens of soldiers were hurt this week in 4 different attacks in Jordan, and helicopters were destroyed. Hang on. And again, what that implies, if that's true, is that before this one, where the people died, there were 3 others, and we never heard about them. That was not. Then you wonder, like, were there other things? Were there other attacks on U.S. bases that we haven't heard about? I wouldn't be surprised if there were. We usually don't hear much. And if no one had passed away, would we have not heard about them? Give me one moment here. I'm just posting something. So again, Axios was reporting from talking to U.S. officials that, just get this done here. So again, Axios reports that there have been 4 different missile attacks this week that hit U.S. forces on bases in Jordan. Dozens of U.S. service members were wounded in the attacks. Several helicopters were destroyed, and a U.S. official expressed concern that the 4 incidents signal that Iran has managed to exploit vulnerabilities in the U.S. defenses in Jordan. Also, I mean, so the idea that soldiers got killed on Friday after there had been several attacks on U.S. bases during the week. Terrible. Did we hear about Jordan strikes in state media? Weaselman, yeah, Iran state media has been talking about Jordan strikes during the week. But they make all kinds of claims. It's so hard to tell with Iran. They're constantly claiming that they've hit Bahrain and Jordan and Kuwait, and that they've destroyed things. And sometimes it turns out that they have, and sometimes it turns out they haven't. So it's just hard to figure out what's going on. Oh, thanks to Ben and Eli. No, I can't do that, Ben and Eli, but thank you. Thanks, Ben and Eli Seals and Joe Seals, for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very nice of you. I'm going to put some food in the air fryer shortly. PW360 says Trump has bragged about the weapon they used on Venezuela. Maybe they used it tonight. Are you talking about some electrics thing? Again, guys, people keep making this suggestion that somehow we haven't heard about things because somehow the electric has been shut off and the internet's been shut off and like there's an information vacuum. But we've been constantly hearing about from all sorts of Iranian media outlets, and we've been hearing like Vahid is getting reports from inside Iran that seem to be accurate. I just have a hard time thinking that some kind of huge thing is going on that no one knows about, and but that it's been big enough to shut off power and internet in a large part of Iran. Remember when the Venezuela attack was happening, there was all kinds of reports about the attack happening. We didn't know about this. Yeah, as somebody in our chat said, the discombobulator. Trump said it was some sort of electronic warfare device, and that it somehow, I guess he said, jammed their air defenses and military hardware. Now maybe what PW360 is talking about is not shutting off communications, but using that. So fine, I could be, but again, it's just if I just don't see a world in which there's been some big attack and we've heard nothing about it. I can't. We hear about stuff in Iran. We do hear about stuff there. Now, that doesn't mean there hasn't been some sort of small special forces operation that went to some one place or something. But what I've said before is, what is this special forces operation that's small in nature that the U.S. would do to punish Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps? Why would the U.S. put troops at risk to? I don't know what that operation is and what the purpose of it would be. PW360 says, I mean, like disabled Iran's ability to launch missiles at Gulf countries. You're saying like permanently? I don't know. Is that how things work? AP had an article talking about back in January how Trump said the U.S. used a secret weapon he called the discombobulator to disable Venezuelan equipment when the U.S. captured Maduro. He said he was not allowed to talk about it, but he talked about it in an interview. He said it made Venezuelan equipment not work and that they never got rockets off. And when they came in, they pressed buttons and nothing worked, he said. He also said they had turned off almost all the lights in Caracas. I mean, again, we can think up of all kinds of scenarios here, but I just can't imagine we wouldn't have heard about it. When the Venezuela attack was going on, we were hearing about it as it was happening. All these people were posting videos and stuff, and again, we do hear about stuff in Iran. It's very imperfect. We don't get a perfect view. It can be hard to get information, but when there's big stuff, we do tend to hear about it. So I will repeat, maybe there's some small operation on the ground we don't know about. Fine. I just don't know what is that operation that we're doing there with some special forces that would serve the purpose of punishing Iran for killing troops in Jordan. That doesn't make any sense to me. Anyways, I think I'm going to have to put a moratorium on answering questions. Maybe I'm not going to answer any questions anymore about the possibility that somehow the US has disabled communications in the internet, and that's why we're not hearing about some significant attack. I'm not, you can tell me I'm wrong if that's what happened at the end, but I can't talk about it anymore. Not a cat lady thinks the Trump silence is amazing. Well, again, who knows what's going on? Who knows what's going on? Just Joanne thinks it's the quiet before the storm. Anyways, I appreciate PW360 for writing in. Anonymous thinks US doesn't hit immediately. Give it a few days. Thank you, Anonymous. Also, thank you, Solid5356, who says we've been hitting their comm capabilities. Martin Gingrich, thank you, Martin. Martin thinks they are talking. Some of our viewers think they're negotiating and talking about maybe a deal or something. Thank you, Elijah Casas, Texas, who thinks there may be strategic electric grid strikes, create confusion, drop smuggle weapons to arm an internal uprising. It seems like a lot, Elijah. That seems like a lot. I mean, I don't know. Now, you never know. It seems like a lot. Thank you, Elijah Casas from Texas. Thank you, Cool Maps, who thinks America was hit so hard it is now scared and can't even hit Iran hard if they wanted to because they are out of smart bombs? I'm not aware that the U.S. is out of smart bombs. Cool Maps thinks America will look for a deal. Thank you, Cool Maps. Airdrome says we all know what's about to happen. Discombobulator engage. Breaking news. Breaking news for you guys. We got some breaking news for you. Do we got breaking news for you right now? Somehow this is not reposting. Hey, guess what, guys? Guess what? Guess what? U.S. completes 8th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. I don't want to say I told you this might happen. I don't want to say I told you this might happen. There you go. There you go. But it did happen. Give me a second. I need to do something here. U.S. Central Command completed another round of strikes against Iran on July 18th at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. During the 8th consecutive night of U.S. strikes, CENTCOM forces successfully hit Iranian military coastal surveillance and air defense facilities, maritime capabilities with missile and drone storage sites to continue degrading Iranian military capabilities. American military assets also targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched attacks against U.S. service members in Jordan on July 17th. They say more than 50,000 men and women in uniform are operating across the Middle East. They remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. All right, I got to take some comments from you guys here. Hold on a second. Just give me a second here. Now, I don't know what, let me just do this here. What this means, American military assets also targeted Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched attacks on against U.S. service members in Jordan on July 17th. Let's see some comments. Tanks a Lot says it's a tennis match. Texas Frontier says, I said earlier they needed to start hitting the Iranian troops. Let's see. Derailed Freight Train says, no Trump-Ray discombobulator victory. Lou Ann says, what the heck? The Bearded Texan says, what if he's pulling a fast one and surprise attack them? Is Bumblebee says, wow, hit a fishing boat, really punished Iran for killing U.S. troops. I will say, I don't know what else was happening tonight. Maybe other things were happening that we don't know about. In terms of what we know about, it wasn't much. Maybe there's other operations that happened. Could there have been some kind of secretive strikes, attacks on Iranian troops? I don't know. Again, I do see that they posted that American military assets targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched attacks against the U.S. service members in Jordan. Was there some kind of assassination campaign? I don't know. Anonymous says JFC retaliation doesn't happen the next day. Patricia Canada says it could be Trump will surprise them later. Media Bogey says expect a 6 p.m. Eastern Time CENTCOM announcement. Firearms Defense says let Israel finish the job. Chris YYZ thinks there's more than just what meets the eye. Wheat Free says, or maybe it is what it looks like. Oh, I didn't show the video. This is video footage of the U.S. launching precision strikes targeting Iranian military capabilities for the 8th consecutive night. Here, let me make it a bit bigger for you. I'm going to make the video a bit bigger. Well, I don't know that we know the full story yet, but so far we haven't heard about that much. It does not appear that it was a bridge and power station. Bridge and power station night. Hold on. All right. So, something else I'll mention is, look, Iran, one thing they do is they certainly retaliate if they feel that they're attacked. We didn't really see any retaliation overt from Iran tonight. Now, Iran posted at one point, they has one post where they said that they had attacked a couple bases in Kuwait. Now, maybe that's true, but there were no reports of explosions in Kuwait, no sirens in Kuwait, no sirens in Bahrain tonight. So you'd think if Iran thought they were really attacked during the evening, that there would have been more Iranian counterattack, which we don't, we haven't really heard much about any kind of Iranian counterattacks tonight. Still nothing from President Trump, nothing on his Truth Social. He has not posted for over 24 hours. Desert Darlene says they might be planning something sneaky. Give me a second here. I just gotta fix something. I gotta fix something here. There are a lot of, I'm looking at the comments on X. There's some unhappy comments under the U.S. Central Command post on X where people feel like not enough has been done to avenge the loss of the troops. Thank you, by the way, to the East family from New Zealand. Thank you also, Dashcam. Dashcam says, let's just face it, we're backing down. We can't stomach this. It's okay. We're still really powerful. We can leave and still win, so it goes. Thank you, Dashcam. Thank you also, Solid 5356. The master says, the peace president. Midtown Mike says, if those people feel that way, they can go enlist. PVC Swede thinks something is off. Slow 12 V Cummins says, definitely an operation going on. Sign of the Time says it's a big nothing burger. I'll remind you that multiple outlets report that dozens of U.S. troops were injured in multiple attacks by Iran in Jordan this week. I'm going to have to eat soon. I am going to have to eat soon. Twitch thinks Trump has no good options. He can't attack energy targets knowing that Iran will respond on Gulf neighbors. He can put troops on the ground and suffer even more American casualties. You guys don't understand. Troops die in war? That's what Twitch says. Pulse News says, what the heck did I just sit through? Michelle Hackler Adams, there was a 4.9 earthquake reported in western Iran, but Iran is very seismically active. And people who, some witnesses who reported to Vahid Online, who reports about Iran, said it just felt like an earthquake to them. Danny says, silence is a mental game. Stormfather says, Americans need to learn how to take a loss. In 11 minutes, it'll be midnight. So we may get through the whole day without a statement from President Trump about this at all. I mean, a couple reporters spoke to him and said and passed along a few quotes from him in their reports, but it seems like they called him and he just picked up his phone. But there's been still no statement from President Trump and no statement from the White House today, and no post on True Social. David Joe Klotz says people shouldn't rush to judgment. Joshua, Texas thinks this is terrifying at the moment. Joshua thinks they should take out infrastructure. Devin Bradley says, I find it very strange. You're saying the lack of a statement? Claudia says, I don't see a good option for Trump either. Grand PA Jason, the only attacks I'm aware that Iran claimed is they claim they attacked a couple of locations, U.S. bases in Kuwait. I don't know that that's what they said they did. That's what they claimed. I didn't hear anybody else talk about this. There was no sirens in Kuwait. Maybe they did. Yeah, they said that they targeted the ammunition depot of the U.S. terrorist army. Here, I'll show you. This is the only post they made about any kind of attack tonight. Oh, hold on a second. Iran. They said they attacked two important bases in Kuwait by drones. That's what they said. And they said that they attacked an ammunition depot, a Patriot radar, an air defense radar, and with attack drones. That's what they said. Now they might have. I don't know. Darren Lee thinks Trump has run out of options. Jeff TE88 thinks no statement when we are in active military actions. All right, I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, it's there was not it was a certainly seems like for right now, from what we know, a lesser night of strikes than the previous ones. But who knows? I mean, they did say that they targeted. The statement does say that American military assets targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces. So what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Maybe something happened. American military assets also targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched attacks against U.S. service members in Jordan on July 17th. So your guess is good as maybe there's something big that happened that we don't know about. Hey, let's do one more poll. The poll is, did something big happen that we don't know about? I mean, militarily. You know. I'm asking that. That's our poll question. We'll see what our viewers think. Thanks, Brian Jones. Brian Jones says Operation Empty Parking Lot. That's from Brian. Thank you, Dashcam again. Thanks, Figgy, New Jersey, who says a war that was supposed to last a few days is now on day 140. Did we underestimate Iran lasting this long? Figgy thinks Trump did not expect this and doesn't know how to end it. That's what Figgy thinks. All right, let me just get the poll posted everywhere. Thanks, Cool Maps. Cool Maps thinks the U.S. is hiding the damage to the bases, and we haven't seen strikes because Jordan bases are totally out of operation now. That's what Cool Maps said. Our viewer, Texas, says Israel needs to finish it. Papa Beard says, I think something is still coming. All right, let's show you the poll response. But first, let's show you guys thinking about the poll. Here's you guys thinking about the poll right now. There you go. You're thinking. And then you're going to vote. All right, let's look at the results. Oops. Let's look at the results. I haven't even put them up yet. Here are the results. Did something big happen that we don't know about? Ooh, I like this. I like this. Look at this. 51 yes, 49 no. We got some disagreement in the chat. And on Facebook, it's 50-50 on Facebook. Wow. How about over on Twitch? Look at Twitch. Look at Twitch. Wow. Twitch is an outlier on this. 75% no on Twitch. Jonathan Morris says, I feel like we would have heard of it, though. Oops, what happened? Everything got messed up. There we go. Sorry, everything got messed up there. Thanks, Billy Cusack. Billy Cusack says, did something big happen that we don't know about? Yes. In addition to hitting the fishing boat, we also took out the lifeguard stand on the beach. That's what Billy Cusack said. Thanks, Billy, for your support. Yes, it's 5248 over there now on YouTube. 5248 there. Fairly Loca says, something big will happen. They're tricking them. James Todd says, Iran is in big trouble. Trump is going to be pissed off. Jacob John thinks Twitch is the correct one. Jonathan Norton says, I'm unconvinced that it happened. Phyllis Milconjan thinks Trump needs meds. Phyllis, our longtime viewer. Good to see you, Phyllis. Patricia Canada says, interesting results. All right. Well, thanks for voting in our poll. Guys, the one thing I feel like we haven't gotten tonight is a statement from President Trump, and I don't know that we're going to get one. So, but I'm not going to stay on for hours waiting for a statement from President Trump. It is out. Well, we'll be on until midnight. It's 11:58, so we'll get until midnight definitely. What I'm going to start doing is going to start wrapping up the stream. But if something huge happens tonight, we can always come back on the air. But I don't know if President Trump's going to post tonight. I still think there's a chance that something was going to happen, and then people change their mind. So I don't know. Is it possible that there was some sort of decision made? This is what we're going to do. Then it was like, maybe we should hold off on that. Cal McKinville thinks something is fishy. Well, something we do know happened, which is terrible, is that two U.S. troops passed away. As I said before, condolences to the families of those troops. There's one person missing, which is terrible. And then thoughts with all those injured, the ones we heard about, but some reports say dozens of U.S. troops were injured this week. So, again, condolences to the families of the two. Let's hope they find the missing person. But that's really that's really terrible news. But we'll have to wait and what we hear about what's been going on there, and if we hear more about what's been going on during the week, and also how the U.S. will respond. Yes, both the New York Times and I think the Wall Street Journal said that dozens of troops were hurt. Axios reported that dozens of service members were injured in multiple strikes this week in Jordan. The New York Times said dozens of U.S. service members had been hurt in 4 different attacks on U.S. troops in Jordan this week. Josh Barnes, thank you, Josh. Josh thinks the USA doesn't have enough missiles for the last 7 days of strikes, and they are waiting to restock. Thank you, Just Joanne, who thinks Iran state media is too quiet tonight. They weren't saying that much, but again, they didn't. A lot of times we hear about Iran state media reporting about strikes, and there weren't that many strikes that we heard about, and also reporting about retaliation. But it doesn't seem like there was much retaliation because there weren't many strikes. Why is Iran hitting Jordan? Because the U.S. is there. They're targeting U.S. bases in Jordan. Although Iran did threaten last night to start targeting non-military targets in countries that are cooperating with the U.S. All right, we got to start wrapping this up. I need to eat something. And I really appreciate people being here for the stream. And we will keep an eye on what is going on with Iran. Clearly, we don't know everything, and there's going to be more coming up. We'll see what President Trump has to say, and what anyone else has to say. But we don't have a lot of information right now. But if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I will post on my X account while I'm not on the air. If I see big breaking news updates at Lookner, you can follow me. Hold on, I'll put it up there. At Lookner on X. Looks like this. There it is. At Lookner. You can follow me over there on X if you want. That's where I'll post news updates when we're not on the air. And turn on the notifications. If you want to know when we're going live, I never know when big breaking news is going to happen, but you can get sent a notification every time we go live, and reliably before we go live. If you sign up for our free notifications, we made them so people could have reliable notifications that worked when we go live. And so the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the notification sign up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But I would suggest sign up for those so you don't miss breaking news coverage. President Trump is supposed to be he's going to the World Cup game tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to get some big development in America. President Trump's going to be doing the World Cup stuff tomorrow. Crystal Ball Gypsy Doll says the Discord notifications work amazing. Hey, huge thanks. Thanks. I really appreciate people have been sending me updates in the chat, letting me read your comments on the air and questions. We did get to read a lot of comments today, which I really liked being able to do. And so I appreciate people writing in and sending me updates of what you're hearing and joining the stream, being here for the stream and watching the stream. And also, big thanks to our moderators. We had lots of people chatting. I appreciate people chatting. But we had lots of people chatting, but we can only have our chats because we have our moderators to keep things under control and civil in the chat. So I greatly appreciate our moderators being here today, letting our viewers chat. Leslie, Lady Hawk, and Ruth over there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators, Bite Mode and others, Beth Mythical. Thank you so much to all of our YouTube moderators. And our Twitch moderators, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai, 3 Sarah, and our other Twitch moderators. Huge thanks to you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X, and also our Facebook moderators. We've had like Kay Lowry Body and Darren Charlo and Michael Furgal and Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who supported the channel. Very kind of you guys. I really appreciate that. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. And a lot of people very generously supported the channel tonight. Tormented Tantalus for all the memberships, and Joe Seals and Eli and Ben and who else? I'm just throwing out a couple extra names here, but I think I thanked everybody during the stream as it came up. 86, thank you 86, and everybody else who I thanked throughout the broadcast. Hopefully I got everybody. I think I got everybody. I was trying to. Yeah, G2 TFL and everybody else who supported the channel. Lewis R. and United Tarps. Thank you. Also, hey, on Twitch, Brian Moose, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, Brian Moose. Thanks, Kendra Fox, for all your support on Twitch. El Charo 24, thanks for your support on Twitch. Snapfish for subscribing on Twitch. Got Glaucoma, that's not good. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Kendra Fox as well. Pucker War, thanks. And all of our Twitch subscribers. Oh, I didn't close the poll. Sorry about that over on YouTube. Don Coe on says, wouldn't be shocked if Secretary of War Pete Hegseth resigns sometime this coming week. Wow, Don, bold prediction. Thanks, Don Coe, for watching, and everybody on X. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat and chatting when we're not on the air. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And also, big thanks to our Discord mods who mod for us over on Discord. Thank you, Discord mods. I was wondering about this. President Trump's going to be at the World Cup tomorrow. The game is what, at 3, right? Is there any chance that we don't hear about any kind of U.S.? Would the U.S. start launching, if they were just doing the usual nightly strikes on Iran that have happened 8 nights in a row, are they going to wait until after the World Cup game or not? That I don't know. I'll be interested to see. And another way to find out when we're live. Midtown Mike thinks they'll wait till it's over. Another way to find out when we're live is you can follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. If you're on X, I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Thank you again to our moderators over on Discord who help out on Discord. Also, oops, I was going to do this. Let's see here. Yeah, as Asif mentioned, we talked about this earlier. Iran appeared to be conducting some attacks in Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan today. I don't really have more details on what happened with that. They said Iran state media claimed there were attacks going on in Erbil on the U.S. consulate and on a U.S. base, and also on separatist Kurds who were there. I guess, Iranian separatist Kurds. I don't really have details on that, so maybe we'll get more information on that. I'm not sure. Hard to find out a lot about what was going on there. But that was going on. We talked about that earlier. And also, hey, if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications, because that's another way you can find out when we're live. Helpful way. What is going on here? Here we go. So if you're on YouTube and you watch us there, you can turn on the YouTube notifications. I suggest doing that. If the way you got to do that, you subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and you get all notifications, so you get the notifications when we're going live from YouTube. Hey, also big thanks to our Twitch subscribers for supporting the channel, like the Perryman, Wall Street Shaggy, Midtown Mike, I Got That Fire. Thank you so much, Twitch subscribers, for your support. Starchface, Dog Bees, Kindra Fox, Jax Haku, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Big Dog Gaming, thank you, Zambo 33, N. SDF DSV, Hugh J, Glue Man, Pucker War, maybe I'm repeating some of these, SDF DSV, Killer Ham. Thanks to all of our subscribers over there. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for all your support too. Really appreciate it, Big Dog Gaming. Simp Nasty Scrimp, N. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers and all of our other Twitch subscribers and our Facebook subscribers, like Dolly Clark, Kay Lowry Body, Kristen McConnell Gates, and others. Huge thanks. And our YouTube members, did President Trump post yet? No. So nothing from President Trump. It's now after midnight. Nothing from President Trump on social media, and no official statements released today. Thanks to our YouTube members like Patricia Canada, SNN, Brando, Schoolbro, The Sofa King, Eric Johnson, Evelyn in Maine, Sif Capital, Don Video Guy, Ken Lance, Marisol Davalli, Brando, Bluebird's Apple Cookie, Gregory Scherer, Chris F., Patricia Grace, and all of our YouTube members. Thank you, Jake Jacobs. Hold on a second. Jake is getting timed out right now. If you can't behave, you get timed out. Thanks also for watching Speedway Nostalgia. Soros, our viewer, says, Trump needs to avenge Iran killing our troops. Thanks, Mongoose, the Snake Killer, for watching. Stephen Drysdale. Kim Busciglio. And also, thanks, Tell the Truth, for watching, Paul Dorman for watching, Brian Shy, Audrey Burbank, Meredith Terry, Voravut Ingosuwan, Elizabeth Hassel, Meredith Work, Angulu, Sharon, and everybody else watching over there on Facebook, and our Twitch viewers as well. Thanks for watching on Twitch. And our X viewers, thanks to all of our X viewers too. Appreciate our X viewers. Los Gatos de Wilson, thanks for watching. Hectate. Danger Tater, Grump MMA, Sharking Lee, Hey It's JV, Dave the Slave, Fluin007, M Dash, Fresh Card, Two Wheel Bicycle, Estella Lopez, thanks for watching, Don Co, and Megan and all of our other ex-viewers. All right, we're wrapping this up now. We're wrapping it up. I'll keep an eye out and see if President Trump posts anything. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a late night post from President Trump. Possibly. I'll repost it if I see it. Cowprez, thanks for watching. All right, let me do one last check and make sure. I am checking Truth Social. I see nothing new on Truth Social. I can confirm President Trump has not posted anything new on Truth Social. I am looking on other places and I am not seeing anything really new. I am not really seeing anything new from Iranian state media either. All right. Well, that is it for now. We'll see. Is there some kind of bigger U.S. response coming in the future for what happened in the Jordan, the U.S. soldiers killed in Jordan? I do not know. Again, my condolences to the families of those soldiers and my thoughts with those who were injured. And Sambino thinks it's weird for Trump to have kept his mouth shut for this long. We'll have to see if there's some kind of post from him. I mean, eventually we'll hear from him. I don't know if we'll hear from him before the World Cup. But that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you again to our moderators, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.